to here in Montreal, ICAR, an amazing venue which used to be an airport. We are flying into qualifying today, and it is going to be a wild ride as we've got 29 of the biggest names in the game ready to take to the track here, and the conditions are perfect. Grandstands and the bleachers packing out, and I'll tell you what, we are excited. Jacob, a very interesting track all about the chase car this weekend, and I'm excited to see what happens here. First time I've ever been in Montreal, and I am loving it so far.
Yeah, the layout is incredible. It's so cool to see how it's developed as well. I mean, you kind of initialized it. We were going to go with the crazy layout. We just more or less realized, hey, let's do something that's fun, promotes a ton of great tandem, and where the driver's going to have a blast. And that's what we've seen all through practice. And once we get into qualifying, it's going to be even better.
Absolutely, and what I love about it is it's like a gladiatorial arena. We got the crowd all the way around. We got a very, very cool track, and it's very similar to Stop 1 in Kern, where we had that sort of, very close tandem action. I mean, we can have high speed, we can have big angle, but what I love to see is a little bit of door on door.
Yeah, the best part about this whole thing is that it slims the field down. We've 800 horsepower cars, and then we've got 300 horsepower cars, and we want a track layout where you can see stuff like this. You want hardcore tandem. That's what we came here for. We want to see banging doors, high fives, good times. That's what this entire series is about.
I love about this format is that you get to see the local heroes go up against the big names from the internet, and that's where we mix them all in a pot. This is how qualifying is going to run today. Each driver will get 2 non-consecutive runs at the course. Each driver will aim to run as close to a 100-point run as possible. The highest score from either run will act as a driver's final qualifying score, and the top 13 drivers will automatically move forward to tomorrow's main event top 16. Then we get left with the remaining 16 drivers, and they'll battle it out for the 3 podium spaces to get back in to tomorrow's main event. That's how it happens. 2 top 16s, more battles, more door on door. That's what it's all about. Pits, the tension is high, Jacob.
Yeah, it's. I was walking through. We've seen some problems. I mean, it's race cars. Things are going to break. We've seen turbos out, transmissions. There's a driver's chat. People are looking for nitrous and JB weld, and it's exactly what you would get in a grassroots environment too. Everybody's helping each other. Everyone's hanging out, and it's just a phenomenal time out there.
Exactly, and unlike any other drift series I know in the world, everyone's running the same tire. They're all running the Accelera 651, which I love from Tire Streets because it evens the playing field. If you've got 300 horsepower or 900 horsepower, there's only so much grip you have, and the layout we have is also leaning towards that lower horsepower car. I mean, if you could see a 300 horsepower hero win this whole event.
Yeah, I was chatting with Nate Hamilton earlier. I mean, 800 plus horsepower, and he was still getting 6+ laps out on these tires. Amazing tires that we've got everybody on. They're available, for spirited driving. They're available for street stuff, or if you just want to go and rip some crazy drifts with them, they're all there, ready to go.
Well, we got our YouTube celebrities, we got our content creators, we got our professional drivers, we got our local heroes, and what we've got now is a very heated moment when we go into qualifying, because qualifying is going to be very tough because this track, everybody in practice has been absolutely killing it. We've got everything from Audis out there, we've got Corvettes out there, we got S-Bodies out there, and a mix of everything from the SR20 all the way to a V10, and it's all for your viewing and oral pleasure, because I'll tell you one thing, it's going to be very, very loud in this little stadium today.
Yeah, these fans are nuts. I mean, if you've never watched drifting out of Quebec, the fans are absolutely ravenous. It's going to get wild. And then, I mean, the party is probably going to continue. There is camping here. If you aren't here, you should get here. And if you can't get here, hang tight with us all weekend because it's going to be a blast.
Yeah, we're going to talk you through all the action, but you know what? The time for talk is almost over. And I think we need to start walking the walk as we head to our first qualifying session here in Mirabel, and I'm excited. Let's head to the burnout box and see who's up first. So the time is here. We are live in ICAR, and I'll tell you what, we got a very special driver to kick us off first. We have got Sebastian Theriot, an amateur driver, local driver, who just threw his name in the hat this weekend and said, you know what, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to show the world what I'm all about. He's got 2 subwoofers in the back of his 350Z. He's got a 1JZ, and he's been nailing the line all the way from the start of practice all the way through. I mean, I'll tell you one thing. I love seeing these events where people come through, you don't know who they are, all of a sudden they're a household name. That is what the scene is all about. New heroes, underdog heroes coming through, and I think that we're going to get a big upset here when we start to see this guy drive.
Yeah, you got to love the fact that he didn't even have enough time to take the sound system out of his car. Just shows up and says, you know what, I'm going to battle it out with the best of them.
Well, looks like we are good to go. First qualifying run here at the LZ World Tour will be Sebastian Theriot, local boy. Let's see what he can do.
All right, good initiation there through that first outside zone as he pushes things out into just missing the second inside zone. And transitioning through this part. Now this track layout is meant to not be the most difficult thing in the world, but meant to have a ton of great tandem, and that's what you're gonna see here. And Sebastian doing a phenomenal job as our first qualifying run. Does have a few spots that he could be cleaning it up, some of the inside clips, but overall, really, really not that bad. So it's one thing to have these runs in practice, a whole other thing to have to, you know, put it down in front of the crowd and in front of everybody here and everybody online as well.
No, I'm excited to see this guy rip for the weekend. And remember, what is qualifying all about? Well, the top 13 drivers, the top 13 scoring drivers will get themselves a free pass into the main event tomorrow, the top 16. But we will have the remaining drivers from 14 to 29 battle it out in their own top 16, the last chance top 16 we call it, and they are going to be up with a chance of getting to the top 3 podium spots, then back in the main event.
Clips, but overall, really, really not that bad. So it's one thing to have these runs in practice, a whole other thing to have to, you know, put it down in front of the crowd and in front of everybody here and everybody online as well.
So we are going on to our next driver. It is going to be Andrew Shorkey in this. I'll tell you what, this Corvette is interesting, Jacob. It's an interesting mix of power, loudness, and I like it because he's been throwing down some heaters all the way through practice, and as he sits on the line, remember this track, not super complicated, but it's all about precision, and we want to get to those tandem battles later on as they fire through. Andrew Shorkey fires up along the wall, nice, and watch the inner dotted line. The judges want them outside of that line. Ignore that earlier zone. This is the zone right here. And then they transition through the track. This is where they got to get right out close to the edge of the circuit. Really nice job so far from Andrew Shorkey as they fire through that inner zone and then push wide to that outer zone. Really nice run there from Andrew Shorkey, looking very solid.
Love the additional angle he throws right at the end. It's pretty characteristic of him. This is a driver I've known for a number of years.
Super complicated, but it's all about precision. And we want to get to those tandem battles later on as they fire through. Andrew Shorkey fires up.
Everybody know at home as well, while we're getting the graphics up on screen here, Sebastian Theriault received a 76.67 on his last run. We take a look at the replay here from Andrew Shorkey. But yeah, great run. Super, super stylish. I mean, this is a guy that definitely puts a ton of effort into the livery and the design and putting on amazing shows. We see that big push of angle there right at the very end. So good job there from Andrew Shorkey while judges get their scores in. And it looks like Andrew Shorkey is going to receive a 70 flat. So coming in just under Sebastian Theriault, who got a 76.67 on his previous run. So a 70 there for Andrew Shorkey. And we will be moving on to our next driver.
Apologies. Just having a little, technical difficulty with my headset there, but I'm back. I'm okay. I'm good. I can hear everything. So we're moving on to our next driver is Kevin Moran in the Nissan S50 2JZ 700 horsepower. Big star in Canada is Kevin, and I've seen some wild stuff from this guy. He did compete in Toronto last year. However, his car broke down, so he actually had a second car. It also broke down. So hopefully he's got better fortune this year as Kevin Moran goes into that first corner. Nice up against the wall there. So we want to see that. Watch the front wheels outside that outer white line. Really smooth from Kevin Moran as he now kicks up that inner zone. Transitions again a little bit wide on the track here, dropping a wheel over the edge of that white line as it transitions back across the track. And this is where he's got to be precise, get the nose of the car to that inner zone. And now it's all about that big wall run on the exit as he fires out, and no issues with 700 horsepower for Kevin Moran. Doing a great job. Yeah. First run, a couple of wheels dropped. But you know what? It's the first run. Everyone's feeling out the surface, feeling out the track, and I like this wall run on the entry. Really, really impactful.
Yeah, I like the way he's basically letting off the tires as soon as he comes across the line. Really, just kind of not getting the grip out of the car, but just making sure in the right temperature range, and then doing a phenomenal job through most of these zones. Does go pretty wide there on that first outside zone, on the second outside zone. They do want to see the front wheels basically pushing through that section. So going a little bit wide, definitely could have cleaned it up a little bit. But yeah.
Yeah, so next up we have got Kevin Darwish. Kevin Darwish in this Nissan 240SX, 6-liter LS, 430 horsepower. And Kevin, I like it. Some style on the car. He got the chrome flames going on there. Let's see what his style on the track is like. Really having a good time here on this circuit. I watched some of his practice runs. He looked very, very comfortable. So the problem is that in practice, nothing matters. You've got nothing on the line, but when you get to qualifying, that's when the nerves set in. You know you've only got 2 runs to impress the judges and this amazing audience here in ICAR in Montreal. And let's see if he can get it all done when the pressure is on. So it's a short run in, you know, a couple of gears, first, second, third as they run into that first corner. And let's see what Kevin can do as he fires along the track. This is where he's got to get that initiation just right. Very shallow on the initiation, missing that outer zone and inside those dotted white lines. Remember, the judges want them. Oh, and that's a mechanical issue for Kevin Darwish. And he was late to the grid as well. So maybe it was a mechanical issue that he just had to take a chance would work, and it didn't work out for him. He's obviously broken down on circuit. And unfortunately for Kevin Darwish, that's the first run in the trash.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, there's so much going on with these cars just to try and, you know, obviously get them to the line. I did get a bit of a heads up that he was struggling through a few things earlier. So, I mean, you just hope it all comes together, right? That's the thing. It's amazing how sometimes, you know, you smack the dash and the car just starts running again perfectly. So that might have been the situation here.
Well, these cars always run when, you know, when they break down, it's when you don't want them to. I mean, I'm sure a lot of these cars have worked perfectly, testing, dyno, everything, and when they get here, they've done a couple of laps. This next car on the line, though, I absolutely love this thing. Talk about throwing out what's conventional and doing something absolutely different. This is Andrei Mashenko in the Audi RS5. This is a VR6 Volkswagen-powered turboed Audi RS5 with 700 horsepower. Doesn't make sense, doesn't have to make sense. It drives very good. Watch this.
All right, great initiation. We've seen him do so well in practice, pushing it a little bit wide to that inside flip. Starts to reel things back in, pouring on the angle of this very bespoke, one-of-one handcrafted vehicle. And I'm loving the way that this car transitions. It looks so natural for something that really, I mean, I don't know of any other Audis like this. Maybe I'm just missing all the updates out of Europe.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. It's engineering at its finest. You got a full FDF race shop angle kit on there, one of one for an Audi RS5. I mean, Josiah and the guys working with the team to put that together. And I got to say, the car looks and handles like it's, you know, something that's been developed for 15 years. It actually looks really good to drive. Don't take anything away, though, from Andre, because he's an amazing driver also. When you combine those two things, you might have a weird mix, but it makes it look very good on track. And that was an excellent lap. The judges nodding their heads, saying he hit all the marks across the circuit. That's going to be another good score on the board, I think.
Yeah, and just waiting for, I think we're waiting for the rest of the scores to come in here. And scoring-wise, we've got an 81.33, so
it's pretty good.
Over that top spot.
Yeah, pretty good. 81 on your first run, settles the nerves. Then we move on to another guy who started in a much more powerful car, but has had to jump into the backup car. This is Mark Landreville. He started off in a 700 horsepower 2JZ S14, did all the practice, and right at the end of practice had an issue and had to jump into his 370Z, so trading about 400 horsepower here down. But that's not going to bother Mark, because Mark's going to throw into that first corner very aggressively.
Yeah, Mark, total expert and a legend coming out of here and doing a great job getting the power down. I mean, he's doing everything he can to get that car lit up. You can see just how much grip that they're dialing in with these 651 accelerators from Tire Streets. Doing a good job getting real close to the wall. Whoa! First wall tap of the day.
I think he hit it. I think he tagged that wall.
I do think he did.
I think he went as wide as he could go. And of course, a little easier when it's the cheaper backup car than the really fancy S14. But now watch this. If you're watching this on, you'll see that dotted white line on the first corner, and you might notice there's a zone on the inside. That zone is an old zone. It's not being used. It's kind of worn away. So that dotted white line on the first corner, the lead driver, or in this case, the qualifying driver, must be above that. So their front wheels must be above that line. So they don't want to see anyone dropping down. That's why you'll see maybe a zone on the ground halfway through that dotted line. That has now been changed from yesterday. Remember, new layout this weekend, never been run before.
Yeah.
A couple of tweaks being made by the judges, and we got an inner zone at the end of that dotted white line. So a good run from Mark Landreville, and of course, we're always going to like that little bit of spice at the end when they get it up on the wall, and Mark certainly did that, as wide as anybody's been there on the outer zone at the end of the circuit. So I enjoyed that one a lot. As we move on to our next driver, our next driver is going to be Marc-Andre Rodrigue. This is an 875 horsepower Chevrolet Corvette. Looks beautiful, sounds very aggressive, obnoxious almost. Yes. And it's bouncing and echoing off every piece of concrete in here. And I'll tell you one thing, this is going to be a smoky run for sure.
getting the initiation started basically after he leaves, flipping up all of our amazing sponsor banners here as he does a good job to keep that left front tire through that dotted line and transitioning around. Not a ton of angle through these transitions. We see a big e-brake correction there. The car wavers a little bit as he comes through our last set of outside zones and lines it up for the wall here. Look at that. I think this is going to become a game at this point, Dave.
I think we're going to see a lot of drivers say, hey, if the judges reward that little wall tap at the end, I got to do the wall tap at the end. And of course, you don't want to do a wall tap and destroy your car, but it doesn't matter in practice. But when it does matter in qualifying and competition, these drivers are willing to risk absolutely anything. And I think we're going to see some aggressive driving later on in qualifying, especially when we know what the scores will be after the first half.
Yeah, it's just aggressive driving. And here's the thing. Quebec drifting in particular has always been known for being very bright and very loud. The liveries are always big, they're always shiny, there's always some cool stuff on it, and all of the cars, it's like a competition. Who has the loudest car at the event?
Well, I'll tell you what, we got a contender.
Yeah,
because it is going to be Tom. He has got a V10. Yes, I said it, a V10 from an M5, one of the biggest engines BMW has ever made. And he put it in the smallest little car that BMW have ever made, which means very light, but very loud. And he's been driving exceptionally well in practice. This thing is, it's got to be heard to be believed, Jacob. It is a crazy thing. It sounds like a Formula One car in your auntie's sort of weekend cruiser, right? That's what it sounds like to me. So here we go, off the line. Welcome, Tom, local driver again. Firing in, a little bit cautious on a straight line entry there as he comes through the first corner, but a good line as he puts that front wheel right to the edge of that dotted line. Watch it, clicks his inner zone, perfect. He's been practicing this all the way through, and this is a very smooth line, very aggressive. Look at that, right to the edge of the box. This is excellent so far as he fires through. Can he get out to the wall? You bet your bottom dollar he can, and he is unbelievably smooth through that circuit.
Very, very smooth through there. You know, it's great to get a wall tap in, but you don't want to make it look like you're forcing the wall tap at that point. The idea is to get a nice line that pushes you out super wide, and it was good. I mean, it could have had a bit more proximity to the wall at that point. It's hard to compare that when you've had two drivers back-to-back basically, you know, dent their quarter panel in, but no, great job. Absolutely great job.
It's awesome. And Tom, for me, when you close your eyes, it feels like you're at old school Formula One, which is always cool. So we wait for scores to drop in.
And it looks like #1 qualifier with an 83.33.
Yeah, well deserved. Next on the line, we've got Joel Garcia, one of the boys from Drift HQ in this BMW E36 M50 Turbo, running, you know, about 440 horsepower. And it sounds great. It makes all the right pops and bangs. But he's an amateur driver. He's trying competition now for the first time. Not going to be easy with the stacked grid we have here this weekend. So we're rooting for him. He's the underdog here.
Hey, T-Pain in Bakersfield did a phenomenal job.
He won a battle.
First competition.
For sure, Joel goes off the line and comes in very shallow, missing outer zone 1 and then kind of cutting the corner late. So he's on the wrong line here, getting way too close to the wall. You don't want to be up there as he now starts to tidy it up through the middle part of the circuit. Now, again, that first corner is going to hurt his score quite dramatically. And again, shallow on a couple of the zones, but he's keeping it together, getting that inner zone. And this, you know what, not one of the better runs for Joel. I watched some practice runs and he was making some awesome runs. I think maybe, you know what, in your first competitions, your first couple of competitions, the nerves can creep in. You can get a little bit, you know, you can overdrive a little bit. And it looks to me like he just didn't get that rhythm. Went in for a sort of a weight transfer entry and just got it a little bit wrong. Yeah,
I just don't think he timed it correct. I mean, he could have come out wider and then slung the car in at that point in time. It's like he kind of got caught between just a straight line e-brake initiation and a weight transfer and then forgot which one he was doing halfway through.
Hey, I often forget it myself.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest to say that, you know what, these runs, while they might seem so important, everybody gets a second run. So,
yeah.
And everybody qualifies. So we've, you know, in my experience of the LZ World Tour, watched some drivers qualify like, you know, the last 2 positions and go on to podium on the same day. So, you know, stranger things have happened as Joel Garcia receives a score from the judges.
46.67.
46. Yeah,
not great,
but you know,
hey,
something to work
points
with.
On the board.
Exactly.
Points on the board.
Next up, we got Jaden Martirana, Chevrolet Corvette 400. I was going to say 460, but it's 416 V8. What's that mean? That's a cubic inch?
I believe so, yeah. Which is funny that we don't go metric on that.
That is funny.
Of all the things.
Yeah,
right?
650 horsepower is what he's got, though. And he's throwing in to that first corner. Nice wide line. Big initiation and looking pretty solid up above that white line where the judges want him to be. Got to tuck the nose in for the inner zone. Does that expertly as he now extends out to the outer zone. Firing back across the circuit. This bit is pretty tricky, but he does it absolutely beautifully. And he then tucks the nose in as they come across. This is where the wall run is also important. and just a little bit shy of it. But you know what? It's scary. I would be a little shy of it too, especially if my Corvette looked that nice. I'd be like, you know what? Maybe let's save this for later on. But a good run, definitely one that's going to score quite high. I liked his commitment on the entry.
Yeah, any driver that's willing to basically light off the tires before initiation, I mean, it's not the easiest way to do it. You know, it's very difficult because now the car is already getting a little bit squirrely, but does a great job. I mean, he drives well above his years. I mean, he would have only received, I don't even think he's got his full driver's license yet. So I believe he's 16 or 17 years old, so very young, got tons to learn, but I mean, he's well ahead of the curve at this point. And
so now, we're off to the line. We have got Zendara Kennedy in the S14 to JZ. She had a big hit with the wall in practice earlier on. The team were scrambling to try and get this car back in the correct condition. We don't know the condition, and but a lot of laps lost. So not a lot of practice for Zendara as she now tries to figure out as she goes where the track is. Doing a pretty good job of that too. And I'll be honest, with very little practice and with that car getting a big hit early on, that's pretty brave to go out there and be that aggressive on circuit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad run. Whenever you have mechanical damage like that, it's tough to really put the car into all the places you want it to go. It's hard to drive that hard because you don't know what's going to break or if everything's been repaired correctly. But I would say this is a pretty safe run, to be honest. I know Zendara can push it a little bit harder than this, so I think it was a bit safer than what she maybe wanted to do originally. So she is going to get a score on the board, and it looks like it's going to be a 68.
So yeah, onto the start line we'll go after we just have a quick look at the leaderboard. It's still Jaden goes way up there with an 84. You know what? This is now leapfrog. Everybody's getting confident, and as you can see, some of the scores coming in are getting higher and higher and higher. So let's see if that's the trend as we continue back to the grid. And you know what? There's one guy out here who likes to party. It's this guy. This is the guy that turns up an S2000 with a K24 turbo. It's Justin Medina, 530 horsepower. And everyone said, never drift an S2000. Too snappy. Doesn't work. Well, I'm going to just, and I don't want to commentator's curse, but Justin Medina has been doing some stuff in practice that's going to impress you. Justin coming off the line here. Look at that big flick in a Honda S2000 into that first corner. Looking super consistent on that line as he tucks the nose in. Makes this car look pretty easy to drive, I can guarantee you. It is not. It's unconventional, but it looks really good so far as he fires across the track. Oh, a little wide there, but it's long. It's better wide than narrow. And no! That's my fault. That's all my fault.
I said it was snappy.
That
did not snap, Dave.
He just, yeah. I'm telling you, it's second run. It's coming. The big score. I predict that if he gets this right on the second run, this could be the highest score we ever see from an S2000 in qualifying. Just put it out there.
I need a history lesson as to what the highest scoring run of an S2000.
I'm also making that claim with no reference or no idea. So I'm just going to say it is either way.
What I will say, K24, great sounding engine.
Sounds good. I think, to be honest, to me, the K20, I mean, this is a Honda engine in a Honda drift car, which is the most unusual combination, I think,
Super
right?
Strange.
Yeah, but what a car to do it. The S2000, kind of the forgotten child of the drift world, is now back and looking pretty good. It's got the cheetah print on there. I like it. We move back to what is a very conventional setup from Trevor Jameson from Motion Auto. 2JZ, 550 horsepower. Had some gremlins in this car early in practice. It looked like by the end of practice, he'd worked them out. He's some great runs out there with Jimmy Oakes and Adam LZ. So very smooth, very consistent. Let's see if he can carry that through into qualifying. Has the car to do it. Has a mindset too, Trevor. Very calm driver. You can see he doesn't make too many crazy moves. Let's see if we can get a good, solid score on the board here.
So a straight line initiation approach there. Gets the car to angle, holding it up above that line. What we were looking for, going a little bit wide. Let's see if he can dial it back in. Holds the car to angle for a really long time, but gets the rear end through that transitioning point. He gets back on the throttle through our outside zones. Doing a good job through that inside clip and then lines it up for the wall. Let's see what he's able to do. Oh, I don't think he touched it.
I don't think he touched it, but it was good. I like the fact that my favorite thing is when you think they're going to hit the wall, but they don't. That's the right line.
The pucker factor.
You got to have a little moment where you go, whoop.
Yeah.
So it was quite a tame initiation from Trevor Jameson there. Didn't risk too much on the wall. Didn't do too crazy angle. Went quite wide here. You can see that dotted white line. It's took it in, but it's okay. Judges will enjoy the fact that it was smooth. It was fluid. I like this transition here. Watch this. It's really nice, really smooth. And watch the front wheels just get this inside zone. Boom. Perfect. And then as he goes out here, like, oh, he might go in the wall, and he just about picks it up at the end. So at the end of that run for me, really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, it was just stable. It was fun. It was exciting. It wasn't like like crazy intense, but it was a really, really good run.
Yeah, but get yourself in the show and get yourself in the top 13 on a technicality of being a very precise driver, and you don't have to battle later today, and that's what I'm thinking about. So next up, we have got Lee Yearwood in the RB30 BMW E92, 800 horsepower. And I love the combination of this car. The RB sounds from an E92. Now, in Europe, every single one of these has a BMW engine or a 2J. Hearing an RB in there, just, I think it is, I mean, I'm going to say, you have your arguments all day, RB or 2J. You guys in the crowd here can have your arguments. In the comments, have your arguments, RB or 2J. But you got to say, regardless of performance, the RB does sound good.
Oh, it's an incredible sounding engine. I mean, and yeah, you know, I'm not even, no announcer's curse. I'm going to try not to announcer's curse anybody today, but the Yearwood doing a great job for that initiation, a bit more of a feint. He's able to hold those front wheels up above it, getting a bit of a straightening and correction as he comes to this transitioning point. Doing a good job keeping the wheels spinning, bit of an e-brake as he pushes the car a little bit wider to fill all that zone, and then back on throttle as he lines things up as he comes back towards the crowd. Good angle across the line. Not a ton of proximity to the wall, but, you know, good angle as he came through that section.
You got to remember, first runs. These are just, we call this a settler. When you have your first drink and you're an Irish person, you call it the settler. Just settles you down.
Gotcha.
That's what, I mean, I'm not promoting that in any way, shape, form. It's
coffee.
I'm
you mean
saying
your first coffee?
First coffee. But that's what I'm saying. You got to go out there, and what you don't want to do is score 0 or a really low score, because it puts the pressure on you then. For the second run, you start to doubt yourself. Your confidence starts to drop. What you want to do is go out there and do a simple run that shows that you can do the course. Then turn up the heat for the second run, as if we needed any more heat, because it's super hot on track today and beautiful weather here in ICAR. And there it is, Jaden Mortarana is still sitting on top with an 84, and we've got an Audi in the top 3 right now. Imagine that anywhere else. LZ World Tour.
Yep.
We've got an Audi with a VR6 turbo in the top 3 right now in qualifying. That's
not adjust your screens. This is not rally. This is drifting.
Yes, this is not rallycross. This is drifting. S2000s and Audis seem to be the go-to choice today. So we move on to our next driver, and it's all conventional. It's the conventional cool, old school style, with a new school twist. It's Front Street, and it is going to be, first up, it's Tom Nazzaro, 420 horsepower in this SR20 powered 180 SX. And I tell you what, or would we call it 240 SX here? But I think it is a 180 SX.
Yeah. I'm not one for S chassis knowledge. I mean, it comes as a shock to some people.
Yes. So here we go into that first corner. Really nice line from Tom Nazzaro as he pushes wide. Now watch, gets the nose in for the inner zone. Perfect. As he transitions through the track, not a ton of angle, but keeping that fluidity up. Got to switch it back. Switches it back pretty late, pushes him wide. But keeping it all together, a little tight on that inside zone, and now back out to the wall he goes. Look at that, little SR that could, out to the wall, 420 horsepower, and that's what I love about this layout. Some people can say, hey, it's just a big circle, but I like it because it makes sure that everybody, from an SR20 to a V10 to whatever you got, you can do the run. And then when we get to the battles, it's so good to watch. If you guys are just tuning in online and you haven't watched any tandem action here, you are in for a treat, because everybody is door on door with the big dives into the corner. And that's kind of what the track was designed to be all about.
It's very much a choose your own adventure. I mean, when you've got the zones this big and you've got that inside clip line, it just allows you to kind of pick how you want to approach every corner. Like your initiation, where you don't have anything that's holding you back from doing anything crazy. Every section you can just interpret in a different way. You just got to get the car there. That's it. So.
Well, there you have it. So we got a score on the board for Tom Nazzaro?
I believe we do, and it is coming in at 73.67.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. We got his teammate up next, Joshua Deleuze, a Front Street driver, another SR20, even less horsepower, 400 horsepower, and 2 SRs and an RB in a row there. So, I mean, you know, we're just giving you an idea.
How do you make, where'd the other 20 go? Where's the other 20 horsepower?
I don't know. You'll have a talk with Tom Nazzaro about that. But here we go. It is going to be Joshua Deleuze firing in. Nice line. He arrived late, had some car issues, didn't get a whole bunch of practice. But so far, it doesn't it's a straighten up from Joshua as he fires through. And that straighten up is really uncharacteristic. He was actually doing much nicer lines in practice. Must have been an issue with the car. And as he fires through, we've got to press towards the wall, going real wide here. It's a good run. It's a solid run. But it didn't have the flair. It didn't have that little X factor on it. And I think that straighten up just at the end of the first corner is going to hurt a score.
Yeah, we'll come up to that straightening section here. And I do think that's where that other 20 horsepower went. He just needed it through this part here. But does a good job through that outside line. It was right here. I mean, if you blinked, you basically missed it.
If you didn't see it, it didn't happen.
Exactly, yeah.
But unfortunately, the judges saw it. And
never worked for me.
No,
not even
in my drift career, I wish the judges would always have their eyes closed, and I would do very well. But they do open their eyes and they actually watch, and then this is strain. So he's going to score low for that, but it's only the first runs. Hopefully he can improve for the second. As you see Jordan from RK Tunes line up on the start line. We'll await a score for Joshua Delise.
Is that your tactic? You just shoot dust at the judges they can't see, and then you finish your run?
That should be the tactic.
I did a small drop, and that was all you saw.
Yeah.
Lights
So
out.
we have scores dropping in. You see Tom Nazar got a 73.6 for Front Street, and Joshua Delise gets a 77. So we'll come back to that in a moment, and we will go to Jordan from RK Tunes. Jordan in the BMW 2 Series B58 650 horsepower. So this is interesting. So if you think of the B58, that's an engine that comes in the new, it comes in the 2 Series, also in the new Supra, and this is the new 2J. Everybody talking about this B58, that this is going to be the new thing. Remember the 2J, you're talking 91, 92 technology when it started off. Now we got the new thing with the BMW B58. Jordan really making it work out there, firing into that first corner. Really nice so far.
Yeah, definitely could have been a little bit, I say wider, but came into that zone kind of late and goes shallow, then pushes him wide, but he's able to correct it through the rest of these zones. Is that RK Tunes yellow BMW holding its own out there. Now he starts to pour on the power. There it is. I don't know if he was dealing with some turbo lag or what was going on, but it looked underpowered through the first section of this course, and then just absolutely crushed.
I think the car was washing, so he kind of came off throttle to kind of grip it up.
Okay.
And then when he stomped on it, it went to a different direction. But Jordan, he went way too on the inside here. Look, cuts on the inside, so it gives him the wrong line. He starts to push way out, and now he misses the zone, has to come back in on the throttle. So that's going to be a little bit of an error from the judges. We put that dotted line there just to show you where the lead car should be, roughly above that. He went inside it, and it makes the corner more of a triangle than an arc. So that's why he got it. He had a little bit of trouble getting back on top of it again. And then once he got on it, it was fine for the rest of the course, but a little error at the start. So now we move on to the start line. It looks like it's Jimmy Oakes, but unfortunately, it's not Jimmy Oakes. I'll tell you what, it is a lone car. So Jason Ferrin from Keep It Reet in Australia has had an issue with the barrow wags, and he basically has had to try and get that car fixed, but wants to do his first qualifying run. And Jimmy Oakes has said, hey, take my car. And Jimmy, in the competition later on, good friends with Jason Ferrin, so this is going to be the first ever lap that he's done on the course in this car. This is going to be an exciting one.
Let's see, for a car that he's probably never driven, except for maybe off the trailer, pushing it real wide. Do not damage that. That is not yours, sir, but doing a good job to wrangle things back in, filling these zones. I mean, for a vehicle that he's really never driven before, doing a phenomenal job pushing the car real wide. Wondering how much money he brought with him to see how hard he wanted to push into that wall.
That is impressive stuff from Jason Ferrin. Never did one lap in that car and just stepped into Jimmy Oakes' car and put on a show. And you can see he was adjusting the whole way through to the grip,
he thought about
the steering. He had to have a quick look down to see where is the handbrake in this car, the e-brake. And then you can see here at the end, this is where he doesn't know how much power the car has because he doesn't know how far out to the wall. So you can see as he gets to this point, he puts a little bit too much gas in it and just has to kind of wobble it out there. But he does make it work. It does get a score.
And it will be a 67.33.
Yeah, so
it's not bad.
Not bad for, instead of 0, because you wouldn't have a car. So that's the thing about the LZ World Tour. You can kind of hop in anyone's car at any stage. We're all friends behind the scenes. And of course, people coming from all over, from Australia, from, you got people from all over the world that come for these specific things. And now here's another one. You got Duarte all the way up from Florida in the Mona Lisa, the car he reckons is the best it's ever been. This is the first weekend we've seen this car in action. Duarte from Drift HQ, 2JZ E46 M3, 625 horsepower. And boy, does it look absolutely beautiful. I'll give him the award for the car show, never mind the drift show.
Duarte doing a good job in initiation there. We're already hearing that rev limiter popping off. Duarte doing his best impression of a shotgun out here as he gets those chromey wheels all the way out to all the zones. Looks like he's got that car gripped up real tight, but able to fight through it. I know that car's making a ton of horsepower. Duarte, man.
That should be a deduction from the judges for being that close to a wall with a car that nice.
Yeah.
That should be illegal.
Sorry, Dave, I couldn't hear you there for a moment.
Yeah, that's a loud car.
It's a very loud
car. But I mean, it's obviously in the signature Drift HQ green, but it looks just like a brand new car that you would roll happily into a car show and show off. But it's out here doing what it's built to do and be an amazing drift car. Duarte having some issues with this build in practice, so I think they kind of rallied to get it out here. And look at this really big wall run towards the end. Good job from Duarte Vienna there.
Yeah, I know they did do some late night fabrication Local shop was able to give him a hand with it, and yeah, I mean, it's like the best part, the community coming around and giving everybody a hand, and yeah, it's awesome to see. So
absolutely. Well, let's see what he scores
here
from the judges as they drop in, as we take a quick look at Sean Booth on the line. So Sean Booth with a whole livery and everything. Real race car driver now. Used to have that signature red with the RB. Now he's got the full livery on there this weekend, and it looks really good, that car, I must say, and it serves equally as good. See the scoreboard popping up still. It is Duarte going into 7th position there with a 77. That's a very great mix of drivers from French to American to Australian, all in the mix there. And as you can see, Jason Ferrin scoring a 67. And we move back to Starlight. Sean Booth for the first run. Here's a guy that always seems so relaxed when he goes into a drift event.
Oh, so relaxed.
He's having fun.
Yes.
And he takes it as fun. He's not trying to be the most competitive. He's trying to have the most fun and be the most entertaining. Let's see what Sean can do this weekend.
Right-hand drive, S15. I mean, they're all right-hand drive, but a true S15 now with that incredible breezy livery. And Sean, I mean, looks relaxed. The car doesn't sound relaxed, but just seeing the way he drives, he's very chill. Only gets aggressive when he needs to get aggressive. Does need to put in a bit more angle as he comes to this zone. Let's see how much he loves that livery. A little bit shallow there on the last zone, but solid. It's good. I mean, he's a dark horse, if you will. You know, very relaxed, and then when it comes time for it, he's putting the
and I mean,
storing everybody.
He's definitely done a 70% run there just to put scores on the board, because we know Sean Booth can go a lot hotter than that, but they don't need to. Right now, it's about feeling out the competition, seeing where your first score lands you in the scoreboard, and knowing if you need to improve quite considerably for the second. Sean, pretty good on all the zones, a little wide on one of the outer zones, a little shot on one. Actually, the last corner was just not perfect, but it is difficult to see some of those zones now that have been so covered in rubber at this point.
Yeah, and he will sit with a 74 as we move on to an absolute local legend, winner of Formula Drift Prospect in Atlanta this past weekend. I had him on the show. Very soft-spoken for how aggressive a driver he is, and that is going to be Tommy Lemaire.
So Tommy Lemaire, I mean, he's coming in here, local hero.
Yeah.
He's coming in here as probably one of the favorites.
I would think so.
He's in a car he knows very well, so we're expecting big things right now from Tommy.
Let's see, aggressive initiation there as he gets on the throttle. You can hear him just playing with it a little bit, not having to go full commitment, and then starts to go off the rev limiter as he comes through these sections. Bit of an e-brake there as we come through that outside zone. Another bit of an e-brake correction there. Would be awesome to see him on throttle through all of it. As I say that, Tommy puts his foot to the floor. He's got more in there. He's definitely got more that he could be committing to for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I think from my perspective, Tommy's out there just doing a solid run. I saw some runs towards the end of practice, especially in the chase position, where he was risking things. So he's got an idea. I mean, he hit the podium last year in Toronto. He is undefeated in LZ World Tour events in Canada right now. Just think about it. There was only one. But still,
hey, undefeated.
Reigning champ in Canada, and he is Canadian, so that all makes sense. But today, you know, he's got to get himself into the top 13 in qualifying to guarantee the main event straight away, or he's got to have a couple of hard battles there today.
He is now our #1 qualifier with an 85.33.
There you go, 85 on the board for Tommy Lemaire. We move on to another Canadian. It is going to be the FDF Race Shop boss man, Josiah Falaise, in a BMW E46 wagon with a 2JZ and 400 horsepower.
I got one of those at home. Doesn't look nearly as good and barely drives, but I got one.
Does it have a 2JZ?
It does not.
I think that might be the most important thing, is the 2JZ. So there is Josiah. This is the kind of backup car, of course, his Corvette in Drift Masters in Europe. And he is doing a good job. Look at that, very precise line. See a little bit of left foot braking just to keep that car moving. Dials off a little bit of angle, but very smooth so far as Josiah fires back out to the edge of the circuit, transitioning back. And look at that, collecting those zones as if it ain't a problem. Josiah he's very critically precise driver, and you can see that in his runs. Listening to the judges, knowing exactly what they want from the line, and that's what you're getting from Josiah. You can get an extra half a lap as well.
I think he's just going for it. No, Josiah's, I mean, he's a phenomenal driver, an incredible engineer, and just a generally cool dude to hang out with as well. And I love seeing him in different chassis. He has a very aggressive style, so seeing that transition into a different setup with different suspension and different pickups is kind of cool. I mean, it does look like he's ready to take the kids to soccer, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, practicality is the #1.
Points for practicality.
Yeah, you got to have it. So we'll move on to our next drive away for Josiah's score to come in. I think that would be pretty reasonable score on the board.
81.67.
Yeah, I thought so in the 80s. So 81 for Josiah as we move on to Nate Hamilton in the Toyota GR86 New build this year, 17th livery. I'm joking.
He does 3 a year.
He does a lot.
3 liveries
This one might be my favorite. I love the all white on this one. So it's 3.4 strokered, 2JZ, 800 horsepower. And Nate Hamilton behind the wheel. He's a super consistent driver as well. So let's see what he can do on the first run as Nate fires into that first zone. Not flirt too much with the wall. I wouldn't if my car looked that good too. But a really nice line through the first section here. Lighting up those accelerators as he takes aim at the, and we have an issue, and they were working on this car pretty late last night, so I'm not sure if that's another gremlin that's crept in after a flawless first weekend in Kern Raceway at the last stop of the LZ World Tour. We now have issues with this car, which could be heat related. I'm not sure what it is. It's probably a gremlin. It's probably something small in there that's causing an issue, but that has cost him his first run.
He's been struggling with heat management stuff. They had a small pinhole leak in I think it was the rad or one of the fittings. So I think that's picking up some air, and he's overheating pretty quick.
Well, there you have it. So a 0 on the board for Nate Hamilton as Jimmy Oakes lines up, whose car has done 2 qualifying runs, but this will be his first qualifying run. Jason Farron get a score on the board. This, as I was, you call it a 240 coupe, right? But this is doing some work today, definitely. It's done more laps of practice than anybody else, in my opinion. It's now done a lot of qualifying. Let's see if Jimmy Oakes can put a big score on the board. He's been looking very confident on this layout, I must say. A lot of great chase driving. He's been, of course, in Japan, all around the world, trying to hone his skills. Let's see if it pays off here.
A little bit of a feint initiation there, big e-brake. Gets back on throttle a little bit late. You can see the wavering in the car. Pushes the car out a bit wide, pulls some angle to get back in zone. But yeah, we'll forget about that first section as he does a great job through our transitioning point there. And right here is where we'll see him start to light up the tires and push it out towards the wall. Because he does own this, expect him, there it is, to be a little bit closer to this.
I'm just going to go out there and say Jason Farron, whether he owns it or not, is going to push for it.
I think
he's a pro driver. That's what they do.
Yeah, they're good friends too. And we're in Canada, so you have to say
they treat other people's cars sometimes like rental cars, which I'm not saying we don't all treat rental cars well, but where I'm from, we don't treat rental cars well.
Let's just say I've got one rental car company left.
Yeah, you've been going through them.
Yeah,
you got to walk by 7 companies, just one little shoddy one in the corner that'll still deal with you.
It's always awkward when you see your face on a poster behind the.
Do not talk to this man or give him anything. Yeah, I get your point. So there you have Jimmy Oakes put a score on the board. I think a couple of areas to tidy up for Jimmy, but I've seen some better runs in practice, and I think he's got it in the tank for sure.
72.33 for Mr. Jimmy Oakes.
There you have it, and we move on to Chelsea Denofa. Chelsea Denofa, the current and reigning Formula Drift champion in a Mustang, but a very different Mustang. Not a Fox body to win the championship, but he's back in a Fox body. EcoBoost 4-cylinder. With the new engine, with the old car, with the Chelsea spec coilovers, 300 horsepower. Lowest horsepower car on the grid.
I know it's going to get a lot of hate online, but I'm here for it. Chelsea doing a good job through that first outside zone, putting down the power. I love the additional angle that he throws at all of these zones, and he's basically getting the car set up for the next zone while he's shooting through that first one. Let's see how he pushes that car out towards the wall. Bit of a correction there just to put on a show for fans. He's got like 3 feet of trunk, so he can wall tap for days. And I mean,
so if you describe this car to someone from Europe that he had this car white on white, it would sound like Vanilla Ice. But when you see it, it actually looks really cool, and I'm a big fan. They're sort of like, and I'm going to say it out loud, which I should never have my thoughts out loud. They're sort of, to me, starting to look a little bit like the American AE86. Just going to put it out there.
I see where you're coming from.
They're starting to me.
There's some purists that are
because the Mustang keeps getting bigger and the Toyotas keep getting bigger. You go back to these smaller, late 80s cars.
This is small.
This is a small Mustang.
I know, it's crazy. And a 78.67.
Yeah, solid score, especially with 300 horsepower. Very, very good. We move back to the line. Colette Davis in this beautifully bright-colored Chevrolet Corvette with the Texas Speed 440, 580 horsepower. And she's been enjoying the course all the way through practice. Very smooth driver. And we say it every time we see Colette, she gets better and better and better. I think it's look at this, light tires off the start line. No shortage of aggression as she fires into that first zone.
Colette doing a good job for that first outside zone. As David alluded to earlier, every run she gets better. So I expect this run to be really good, and then even into the next qualifying run, it's going to be even better for Colette. Bit of a correction there to that outside zone. Wheels it back in and then starts to push the car really nice and wide. Look how smooth that arc is.
That's the word I was going to use. Smooth, consistent, and very, very, in my opinion, the crowd love it, we love it, the noise of that car as well. And what I like about it, it's a bright car, it's very loud, it's what I think drifting should be. All about, the senses, right? It looks good, sounds good, and Colette drove it very well. I mean, very smooth, got all the zones. You said a wobble maybe on one of the outer zones, but that's about it, really. Like, I mean, if you're making one tiny little wobble the whole course, you're still going to do pretty good as a score, I think. And we wait for the judges to drop it in.
And she's going to take an 80s. You're correct. Very good. Very good.
Very good run. That leaves us with one driver left to go. And who's this guy?
I've heard of this man.
This guy. Who's this guy? Adam LZ. Right. So he's driving an E36. He's turned it down from 1,000 horsepower to 750 horsepower. And I really, really hope that that's a big dial on the car. But it's not.
God, I hope
I'm
so.
sure it's a tune on the Link ECU. You put it in. But wouldn't it be nice if it was just a big dial and went, let's go to 7?
You know, like the minis, how they got the big speedo in the middle? That big. I want it that
I want a
big.
Link ECU that you could turn down to 70%. But anyway, he said it was just blowing the tires off at 1,000. So here we go, Adam LZ throwing into that first corner, last run to qualify. The first half of qualifying, LZ doing a great job of pushing outside that dotted white line. As you can tell, a lot of very fluid, very smooth, lots of smoke, lots of angle, right to the edge of the track. This is very solid so far as he collects all of the zones. You got to tuck the nose in. This is tricky in this machine, but he makes it look so easy as he pushes it out to the wall. Phenomenal first run from Adam LZ. And you can tell that the seat time in this E36 between Formula Drift, Long Beach, and Atlanta, I mean, this helps a lot when you're not jumping between cars, when you're all in the one car. He looks like he's right at home.
Yeah, the seat time is 100%. And I mean, this car has been battered and abused and hit and bounced around. And I mean, the team over at Drift HQ and LZMFG are doing a phenomenal job of keeping this car up and running. And Adam doing a great job of running. And yeah, amazing run there from Adam LZ. I'm hearing the judges agreeing with me. I know the fans agree with me, but he's your #1 qualifier, Dave. He is 92 from Adam LZ.
92 for Adam LZ in the first run. That is impressive. Love to see it. And again, he hasn't, hit too high in the scoreboards in qualifying or in the battles when it's come to his own events at the LZ World Tour. But I think right now, look at that, 92 out ahead of Tommy Lemaire. Remember Tommy Lemaire winning last year's Canadian LZ World Tour? Well, LZ put a statement in there saying, maybe not this time around, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, just it's like, remember whose name is on the event here, sir.
Yes.
It's not the Tommy Lemaire Tour.
Exactly. Well, it could be. I mean, I'd probably still go to a Tommy Lemaire Tour, to be honest. He does backflips off the roof of the car. I mean,
Adam.
Step up, Adam.
Yeah, exactly.
Step up backwards.
Stack up and then do a backflip. Yeah.
But I mean, if there was a score for gymnastics, Tommy Lemaire would be better, but there's not. And right now, LZ, strike one over everybody on the grid as we move back to the start line for the beginning of the second half of qualifying. We got Sebastian Theriault in the 350Z. And he was pretty solid on the first run, looked good, but I think he's going to have to, everyone wants to step a score up. Nobody wants to get a lower score on the second run, and you risk it a little bit more. So let's see how everybody handles this as we head into the second half of qualifying.
Great initiation from Sebastian Theriault, pushing the car a bit wider. I like this line, and drivers are starting to adapt to it. They're pushing it even wider and then coming back in. It really does set the car up as we see the back end bounce up and down just a little bit. As he pushes the car out through that inside clip and out towards the wall. He knows he's got a bit of time to repair it. Could have been a little bit deeper there. But I'm just waiting on a big wall.
Or crash. But what I'm saying is that, yeah, but this guy is an amateur driver. Like, he's just a local amateur driver. Never even been on like this level of a live stream or in front of this many people. I thought he was going to fall apart.
Yeah.
But he's not. He's being consistent, and that's amazing.
Pressure makes diamonds, Dave.
Yeah. We have a phrase back home, pressure's for tires.
Pressures for tires.
Pressures for tires. But I'll be honest, I think every run he's done since the start of practice has looked very competent. He'd be someone I wouldn't like to go against in the battles because his chase driving, even though you're watching lead right now, is equally as good.
And he does improve his score up to a 77.33 as we move on to our next driver. Good buddy of mine, Andrew Shorkey.
Andrew Shorkey, gold wheels on a purple sort of space liveried Corvette.
Yeah, they got this little figure there. It's like their little mascot. It's
very cool.
I'm a big fan.
You know what? I like when people go out the box and make it work, and this really works. I think it's a very cool looking car. But hey, it's not about how cool you look. It's about how good you drive. As Andrew Shorkey. Whoa! That's what we came here to see.
Yeah.
Big wall run from Andrew Shorkey. He said, hey, everyone's driving real boring there. I'm going to absolutely send it at 90 degrees. And right now, Andrew Shorkey driving it to 4 lock stops around the course. Almost messed himself up there. Will he get the big wall run at the end? Let's see how close he can get. Yes. That's more like it. That is more like it from Andrew Shorkey. That initiation was spectacular.
Let's take a look at it again here. Look at this. Right on the wall, on throttle, rubs the back end. Look at it, missing some wrap there.
I love it.
This is exactly what we signed up for. And as he comes to this section, just backs it in. Great angle there. Does, I mean, snaps over really quick, but able to get the car back into
That was a little mistake.
Yeah,
but
it's offset, right?
It's okay. He got close to all the walls. He did a really good job. Very exciting run.
We're waiting for our judges' scores to come in here. But yeah, Andrew Shorkey always wanted to put on a show, that's for sure.
I want to see what he scores, because he did make an error, but he did have some fancy stuff happening as well. Let me see what he does.
81.3.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a fair balance.
So.
Fair balance as we move on to another Canadian driver, Kevin Morin, in the Nissan S15 2JZ, 700 horsepower. Got all the stuff to get it done. Have all the experience. But Kevin, let's hope he puts a big run on here, because I think there's another guy who could go top here if he really gets it together.
Let's see. We're starting to see drivers getting close to that wall initiation. That's exactly what we saw with Kevin. Will not be upstaged by Andrew Shorkey. He does a good job through this section and able to get the car back to the correct angle. I mean, it's a very, very fluid run. He starts to push it nice and wide. The fans brace for the splash zone. Little bits of carbon fiber and fiberglass and whatever else.
You know what? That is a better run for sure. I think it's going to score higher. I think it's a lot more. I like this. Look at this on the initiation. Got real close to the edge of the track, which is what we want to see. The front wheels. Now remember, ignore that inside zone you just passed it. This is the inside zone here that they want to get. So basically, it's about staying outside of that dotted white line. He does a great job of that, transitioning through. Wheels right to the edge of the course, and then this inner zone is tricky enough, but he makes it work. And then it's all about just putting the foot to the floor and getting out to that outer zone at the end. A really good job.
And he will score at 84.67, so a nice bump there.
Yeah, and well-deserved as we move back to the start line. Andrei Mishenko in the Audi RS5. I say it every time, and I still find it hard to believe. It's almost like I got to look down and go, really, it is an Audi RS5.
It is.
And it's not sitting on like another chassis. This is just a real Audi RS5. All carbon Kevlar, VR6 Volkswagen powered, which I think is the Touareg engine with some turbo. It's just crazy.
As well. It's,
Throwing into that first corner, Mishenko goes deep, staying above those dotted white lines, and this car working so well right now as he pushes it towards that inner zone. Trying to get that transition done nice and early, pushes wide. This is where it gets tricky on snap, but he makes it work. Inside zone looking good, and as they push out to this is where we want to see him get close to the wall. No point having all that Kevlar if you can't go to a wall, right?
And they obviously, nobody's making body kits for this car right now, so they hand laid
not a big seller.
No, not yet.
If I had an RS5, this would be the kit I would go with. Full Kevlar looks so cool.
Oh, it looks so great. Yeah, it's super cool to see. Anytime we get a new, well-developed drift chassis. Anytime we even a poorly developed drift chassis.
As long as
happy about it.
As long as it's new.
I just want something different. That's it. Like, don't get me wrong. Love the Corvettes. Love all the S chassis. But then you show me something that no one's.
Well, what I like about this event is you have, an S2000, you've got a Fox body Mustang, and you've got what I consider to be the craziest one out there, an Audi RS5. So you got some really weird stuff out there that makes drifting fun again.
Yeah.
So we got next onto the line, we go to Mark Landerville. Nissan S14 was the plan. Nissan 370Z is now the plan. The backup car in use for him. Jumping down 400 horsepower to this VQ. The beautiful Chewbacca sound of the VQ is about to echo around the ICAR right now.
You make it sound so elegant, Dave, but a great initiation there.
Never anyone referred to Chewbacca as elegant, but okay, here we go. He's into the inner zone. Mark Landerman, very precise driver. Look at that big angle. You wouldn't really know he has that horsepower deficit here as he fires out. Look at that, picking up that inner zone. He's going to the wall here. You better believe it. This is going to be in the wall or on the wall. No, backs off, keeps the Manji going. Says I'll go back at it again. Another run.
One more time.
Yeah. Oh, just wash it out there. Landerville doing a great job. Straight pipe VQs. There is no better sounding engine out there. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
There is no argument with that statement.
Star.
Yeah.
Disclaimer.
Nothing better than waking up at 8 o'clock in the morning at a drift event and just hearing a VQ screaming on jack stands.
And the VQ guys will say, well, the reason we make so much noise is because it never breaks down. And they're right. They're so right.
That is so true.
More smiles have ever been made with VQs than any other engine, but they just sound okay.
And Mark Landerville will improve his score up to an 82.67. That's a nice bump there.
Yeah, good run. Really good run. Moving along to Marc-André Rodrigue in the Chevrolet Corvette. 875 horsepower, so got the old supercharger doing some spinning around in there, making some more bang.
That will do it.
And this thing is...
He's getting the fans going.
He's like, pumping up the fans before his own run. Dangerous move, because if you spin out the first corner, it looks like a showboat. But if he gets it right, he's the biggest showman we've ever seen. I like the risk reward here. Let's see what happens as he comes off the line. Rodrigue going for the big opposite lock, big angle. Not bad at all from Marc-Andre Rodriguez. He goes very wide here, but very fluid too at the same time. Look at this big angle. Oh, no. Yeah. Kinda still alive. Kinda still alive. He just about fell apart. He's not going to get away with it. Meant to do that sort of conversation there. I think that's a spin.
I mean, he didn't spin per se.
Hey, it's unchaseable.
You think so?
God, yeah.
Maybe with that attitude.
Unless you just stopped behind him and said, "Nice." That's the only way you can chase that.
That's what I would do.
Listen,
if it was me chasing, I would have spun out at initiation. I would just be watching him.
This would not have affected you.
No,
but it might have helped. But that to me would be unchaseable, so not a very good score for that. But you know what? He went for it. He went for the big angle run. I respect it. Everybody qualifies anyway, by the way. So you can go for something special. You could try and end up on the highlight reel.
This is true, which is arguably more important.
It nearly is, I think.
Yeah. Anybody can win an event, but anybody can win an event.
Anybody can win an event. There you go. 92 on the board still for Adam LZ. If you're just joining us, he topped qualifying after an amazing first run. Tommy Lemaire, though, the man who won last year's Canadian stop of the LZ World Tour. He's in second position. And there's the rest of your scores dropping in. Look at that, 13th position. Chelsea Denofa just hanging in there at the moment. Top 13 automatically go through to tomorrow's main event. The remaining drivers must battle it out for the remaining 3 steps. 13 drivers go through. Then you add another 3, and they got 16. That's the math. I'm not great at math, but I can even figure that out.
I mean, it calculates on my end.
It does. I've run the numbers. It works. So here we go. On to the Top Tom on the line with the V10. V10. Why would you ever try and fit it in this? But it fits in there.
Why not?
That's the right attitude. Why not? Because it sounds unbelievable.
All right, let's see what kind of initiation he takes. A bit more of a straight line, and this goes straight to the RPMs. He's doing a good job through that first zone. I really like the way drivers are pushing out wide through there. It'd be nice to get a bit more angle off of it, but doing a good job through the rest of it. This car is very, very quick, and he's using every single one of those cylinders as he goes nice and wide towards the wall. Whoa. The slightest of boops.
That is the closest you would comfortably like to be to that wall.
I would agree. I don't.
So here's the question, Jacob.
Yes.
Best sounding engine.
Just ever?
Rotary or V10? If we're going for high pitched.
Oh, man.
You can join in the comments. Hey, turn to your buddy in the bleachers and say, what do you think? Rotary, NA rotary, V10 NA. So like obviously.
Yeah, like a Judd V10 or something.
Yeah. So V10.
We're about to watch friendships break up right now, Dave. Is what's
People having discussions.
There's
I think I'm probably on the rotary side. What do you think?
Wow, I go Judd V10.
You go V10?
Yeah, after hearing Turks.
Even we're split on that. We'll move on to our next driver anyway, who's doesn't have a rotary or a V10.
Keen's on my side.
Oh, so track manager says V10. Yeah, Trader's up here. Mad Mike, I'm on the phone. So we're moving on to the next one. Joel Garcia in the E36 M50 Turbo, 436 horsepower. But most importantly, he has got 3-spoke wheels on this car, which gives at least 17 more points in qualifying. May or may not be true. Probably not true. Makes no difference. But it looks cool. And a big entry from Joel Garcia. Big improvement from the first run here.
Yeah, Joel's building a lot of confidence there. Love to see it. And he had a great run through the rest of these zones. And Joel picking up a lot of pace here. I wonder if Duarte gave him a bit of a pep talk there in the pits. As we see him coming around a little bit closer to the wall. Not super close. He's still not working. He's still got filming to do. He's,
Yeah, so he is the official videographer of Drift HQ, driving for Drift HQ and videoing himself driving for Drift HQ. So you talk about multiple, wearing many hats. He's got many. So Joel, that was a really good run. The first half of this run was excellent. I love this transition, really snappy here. Watch, like you can see the car, the front just hit down on the front brakes. And then as he came through that last corner, I lost him a little on the camera, but he did collect those 2 outer zones. So let's see what Joel gets as a score.
And it is a 72.67, David.
That's an improvement.
That's a big jump.
Big jump up. That's what you want to see. Yep. So we got Joel And now we move on to Jaden Martorana. Another Corvette, 650 horsepower. Had a good first run, if I remember correctly. Got an 84, I think. So an 84 the first run, which means that he could be starting to think about those 90s.
I think so.
He's starting to look at LZ going, oh yeah, you like it up there? Well, I'm going to be way up there in a minute. Let's see what happens.
Lighting out the tires super early there from the young gun Jay. He's pushing the car nice and wide. Bit of a correction there to get the car back to angle as he stays on throttle through this outside zone. Bit of an e-brake there once again through the second outside zone. And now is where he's going to start to point it towards the crowd. As he pushes it nice and wide. I mean, could have been a bit deeper there, but it was good.
You want my honest opinion?
I do want your honest opinion.
I think that he went for the big showy run with lots of throttle.
Yeah.
However, that actually just over-spun the wheels, which made him kind of slow. And then when it went to connect the dots, he actually didn't have the momentum. So he went for the big showy run, but as he transitions back here, you can see he kind of has to push and let the car wash out a little. So for me, it's going to be a great score. It's just that little bit of pace lacking from it. So lots of smoke, lots of angle, but not a lot of pace. And when I say not a lot of pace, I don't mean like it's slow. I mean
just in comparison.
In comparison to what we're seeing in the 90s.
Yeah, 82.67. So still not bad.
It's a great score. And I mean, that's consistency over 2 runs. What, 84 and 86? You can't ask for much less, much more. You can ask for more than that, but you won't get it because that's how judging works.
Nope.
You got to do it. So we move on to our next driver. It is going to be Zandara Kennedy in this S14, Boss fronted S14. 680 horsepower 2J. It's the recipe S14 with the 2J. However, big hit with the wall of practice, limited practice laps. It's got to get it all done here.
Deeper there on that initiation. Then gets the car in a really nice line there through that outside zone. She's able to get the car through. I like the way she's diving that car in through that section and able to slingshot it back out. Much, much better run here from Zandara Kennedy with his fellow Canadian out on Rich in the West Coast. Could have been a bit deeper through that last section, but hey, you know what? Once again, fighting some gremlins. The goal now, I would think, try to make it into the top section so you can work on the car tonight and then be ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's that. And you got battles later on if you don't get into top 13, so there is still a little bit more time. Another question for the fans at home and here in attendance. Boss front on the S14, what are we thinking, yes or no?
I'm a fan.
I'm a fan too.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
I like it.
Yeah, I like flip up and down headlights, don't get me wrong. But
we all do, but you wouldn't get them on an S14 anyway. Unless you put an S13 front on, but that's a whole other conversation. So we will get a score in for Zandara Kennedy. And look at this guy out here.
It's the most decorated looking shoe I've ever seen.
It's incredible. So there's a scoreboard as it sits right now. Still LZ, Lemaire, and Kevin Moran are the top 3 drivers. Which is funny because they're top 3, say, pro drivers there, I would imagine as well. Like, they're all pro drivers. And then we move down the order. You can see everybody sitting in the mid-pack right now. And Zandara gets her score of a 67.3 from her first run. So you can see 27 drivers, so 25 drivers scoring so far with a couple of zeros. But Nate Hamilton with a 0.
He did say his car overheated.
Guess who else has a 0?
Who's that?
Justin Medina, who's on the start line right now in the S2000. He's got cheetah print, he's got flowers, he's got a great mustache, he's got an S2000. He's got it all going on.
He's got it all, yeah.
Pretty much living my best life.
I can't think of anything else.
I couldn't pull off the flowers, the cheetah, or the mustache, to be honest. And he's got it all going on. And a Honda engine Honda drifting.
I do have a set of clippers up here. We could try the mustache out if you'd like.
Well, we can't try the talent because Justin has more than I have. And here we go. Can he keep it together? 0 on the first run for Justin Medina. Works in Link ECU, and that's a big wall run from Justin Medina. And when you're close to a wall in S2000, you are really close to a wall as he fires through the inside zone. And this is where he made a mistake the last time. Can he keep it together? Justin Medina firing back across the track, spun the car out here the last time. No such issue this time as he tucks the nose in. This is what we came here to see. Justin Medina in the S2000 fires over the finish line. Big improvement. And we love to see it.
You love to see it.
Oh, it's a Honda S2000 doing things.
It is 100% doing things.
So many S2000s just doing grip days and track days and
old people days.
Yeah, you know, people out there, wind in their hair. He's like, I want to race fuel in my teeth, if that's the thing. I don't think it tires in my teeth, race fuel in my, I don't know.
Something in your teeth.
You could, something.
Yeah, it was a great run. And these cars are notoriously snappy, like you said.
Yeah.
They just, out of nowhere, decide
and you also sit very far back in the chassis, so you're quite close to the rear wheel, so it makes everything feel like you're moving a lot more than you are. So I can understand how it's tricky to drive, but he does a good job, gets a score on the board. Is it enough to go top 13? We'll find out shortly.
81.33.
Ooh,
So he's in there.
He's
in
in
the
there, all right,
conversation.
yeah. So next up, Trevor Jameson.
He waved to me. Did you see that?
Was that you?
Yeah,
I think I
directly
saw him say, "Hey, Jacob."
I believe so.
What's up?
I'm so happy you can read lips behind helmets. It's a
It's a talent to have, yeah. Yeah, well, you know, we can't all have skills.
This is true.
So Trevor Jameson in the 2J S14 from Motion Auto. Let's see what he can do. First run was smooth, was nice. We got to push a little now. Let's see if we can go a little crazier. Trevor Jameson, definitely closer to the wall this time. Not as safe. Good line. Not a lot of angle, though. Very shallow, but it's good line. Making no mistakes, but needs to put a little bit of flair into this. That's more like it. Big flick into that outer zone, and then keep the power down. Little left foot brake. Balance the front end. Go for the wall. Yes! From Trevor Jameson. Going for the wall. Rubbing bumpers. That's what we want to see.
It should be like 10 points. Like if you touch the wall, 10 points immediately. Whatever your score is going to be, you could loop the whole car, but you get 10 points because you touched the wall.
We see, that's what we would do because we're spectators.
Yes.
As drivers, when you hear the bang, you go, "Oh, that's a headlight, that's a tail light, that's a bumper, that's a spoiler."
Yeah.
But to me, this was as close as you want to get without making contact because he goes real wide here. Look. Whoa.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And not a mark on the car?
Nope.
Top points for me for wall running. But it doesn't matter what I say, it's what the judges say.
And Trevor Jameson's going to take an 80.33.
So a lot of drivers creeping up into the 80s now, which I really like to see. Everyone's progressing, getting a little bit more, I would say, consistent as we go through the runs. And now we move on to Lee Yearwood, BMW E92 with the RB30. Shouldn't make sense. It's like the most unsounding BMW I've ever heard. Unbelievable build from top to bottom. Love this thing. 800 horsepower. And Lee drives this. He drives it like it's got 200 horsepower. That's how hard he's driving it. Lee firing up along. That's a good wall run. Good line so far. Look at this from Lee Yearwood, just creeping on that dotted white line as he gets to the inner zone, firing back. This is where we're going to expect to see some big angle, and we get it from Lee Yearwood as he fires through again. This is really smooth through the circuit. Can he get that inside zone? Connects it just about, and very wide to the wall, but comes a little bit early on the arc. Still making the zone count.
This is probably one of the best laps I've ever seen at the Lee Yearwood. Like, just it has it all. I mean, it's got the light off nice and early, very smooth initiation. I mean, it's cool to see the really big snappy ones, but it was very cared and controlled all through the entire run. So if you're looking for something to meet all the criteria, check all the boxes, maybe not the most exciting thing in the world, but it's going to do well in the judges' eyes.
Yeah, and I think that's what you got to say. I mean, you can do exciting big angle stuff, but if you're not getting the right line and you're not getting the right zones, the judge is going to hurt you for it. Lee doing exactly the opposite, doing exactly what he needed to, and I'm sure his score will reflect that as it drops in.
Goes up 5 points to 84. So
84 on the board for Lee Yearwood. That's what we want to see as we move on now to Tom Nazzaro in the SR. I'm a sucker for an SR. So if an SR could win a competition of drifting, I would be so happy. I might retire. I might say we started here, we finished here, and I'm done. But here we go. Tom Nazzaro, my career is in your hands. So Tom Nazzaro fires it down. Look at that for a wall run from Tom Nazzaro all the way down the wall. But pushing a little bit wide, has to adjust a little bit there as he comes through, but it's not bad. As he fires onto that inner zone, transitions back. Look at this. It almost looks like he's out of control, but it's so exciting to watch. He's pushing a very old technique, I would say, like an old Japanese technique. Big angle, firing it everywhere. And just to hear an SR out here impressing people again, temporarily probably, is impressive to me.
Yeah, this
wall run
cool
was pretty good.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, he holds it for so long too, right? It's not like he just kind of snapped it in, touched the wall, and shot off. Like, he held that. And I like your take on the old school Japanese style. Like, this is very reminiscent of what drifting looked like in its first, years.
2003, 4, 5,
yeah,
maybe.
this is what you would see.
This livery, the SR, the not over-engineered car. Sort of it's the roots of the sport, and I think Front Street really represent that they want to kind of go back to the time when it was simple, fun. I say simple, but they still have SR20s, so there's always going to be a few late nights. Yeah. But we move on to the teammate of Tom Nazzaro, another Front Street driver, in Joshua Deliz. in the Nissan 240SX, and this is another 400 horsepower car. 400 horsepower SR is like the sweet spot, I think.
Yeah.
Like any more than that, and you're going, you know.
Is that for SRs or just engines in general?
No, just SRs.
Oh.
400 horsepower is SR. A 350, 400. Any more than that, you need an umbrella to just stop the pistons hitting you on the head.
Right.
So this is the perfect thing. I say this as a man who's broken many SR20s. And here we go. Joshua Delis firing in. Yeah, nice, smooth. Consistent, very wide here, trying to push the car out. Just, you know, not straightened up on his last run. Not so much this. Did a good job here as he transitions back. Fires back at the outer zone. It's really good stuff here from Joshua Delis from Front Street. Really smooth. The car looks so cool, which is really important to me, but not to the judges. But to me, the cool-looking car.
Style judge.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like you kind of, if you like kind of squint your eyes.
Yeah.
It looks like Japan 2004 right there.
Yeah, you're right. You're spot on with it. If anybody's ever bored, I would love to see a hypercut of you just talking about SRs. Just an hour and a half of just you talking about SRs.
In good and bad.
Yeah, no, it's gotta be both
they are
sides.
God's engine. They are, in my opinion, the best engine to ever put an S-body to 400 horsepower. But then
God's wrath gave us the SR.
Then you head into God's wrath after that. So score is going to drop in for Josh Delis.
And a jump up to 70.
It's not bad.
Not bad.
He's in the show. Everyone's in the show, so it's all good. Doesn't matter. You can win in the battles. It's more fun to win in the battles anyway, to be honest. And now Jordan from Arcade Tunes, you can see he's been hitting a few things.
I think he has.
Wouldn't uncharacteristic for Jordan to be hitting a few things, but he's out there driving the wheels off this 2 Series, and the scoreboard popping up. No major change at the top.
No.
LZ from Lemaire in second, and Kevin Moran in third. Jay in fourth. Medina, look at that, jump up to 11th position. Jameson, so a lot of drivers rising. We have Chelsea Nova in 15th at the minute, but Colette Davis right on the drop zone at the moment in 13th position. And when I say 13th is drop zone, it means that you need to be above that 13th position to guarantee your straight move into the top 16 tomorrow. So gonna have battles later today. Might be a good thing, might be a bad thing. You want to do more driving, it's a good thing. You want to guarantee you're in the main event, it's a bad thing. So we go to Jordan, Arcade Tunes on the line. One of the, I would say, probably one of the most famous tuners in the game right now.
I definitely up there.
And also just a hell of a nice guy. So that's even more important. Here we go, Jordan Arcade Tunes in the 2 Series, 650 horsepower. Oh, missing that outer zone. It looks like he's struggling with that initiation. And maybe the car just having a bit of a weird issue there where it almost 4-wheel washed through the first corner.
Jeez. Yeah, it lights it off. I mean, after that, as you said, just kind of pushing through that section, and then you can see the car does make the power. Obviously, I mean, you know, you would hope that the tune is good on this. Maybe it's like a dentist, though, where their teeth are always bad, or, you know, a mechanic's car's never finished. Like, he just never gets a chance to go to his tune because he's tuning everybody else's car.
I think he pushes this thing as an experiment for everything else that he does for a customer. And it's a super cool car because the 2 Series, great chassis. I mean, the 2 Series chassis or wheelbase, almost identical to like an E46, or, you know, it looks like a small car, but it's every car, as you know, through the years gets bigger. So it's like an E46, modern E46 with the new super engine, which is kind of like a modern 2JZ. So it's a really good platform. I expect to see a lot more of these BMW 2 Series being used in the future as drift cars. Let me know what you guys think. If you're here in attendance, have a conversation amongst yourself. If you're online, BMW 2 Series, yes or no? We're moving on to Jason Farron, because Jason Farron came all the way from Australia, shipped his car all the way from Australia to drive Jimmy Oaks' car from a couple of hours away.
That's how it works.
Welcome to drifting.
Yeah.
He is now in a car from Connecticut. He's now currently residing in Connecticut short term, doing a USA tour. Check out the Keep It Read tour. He's been all over the country with his barrel wags. Unfortunately, it looks like he's got an issue with that car, so he's in Jimmy Oaks' car again. Let's see if he can do better this time.
Great initiation there for the second run of all time from Mr. Reed, pushing real wide. Oh, able to get the car back in the drift, though. Might have straightened out there for a second, but not really my concern because he's able to get the rest of the track laid down quite well. And he starts to push out that car a bit wide again. Realizes that he needs that money because there are not many bars kicking around.
No, and I'll tell you what, I'm actually a little disappointed that the audience here did not get to hear the bar wags.
He showed up earlier. It was definitely running.
It was running for a good while, even in practice. But
yeah,
I don't know what's happened. Maybe they're trying to fix it for the battles later on, because that's also a possibility.
Yeah.
We'll keep you updated. But for now, he just has to get some runs on the board, and he's doing that in Jimmy Oaks' S13.
Does not improve his score, so his previous score of a 67.33 is going to be what he stands on, which makes me feel like we are going to see him in battle later today.
Yeah, which is a bad news for Jimmy Oakes if that's the way it is. Because that car is going to be doing a lot of driving. Duarte Vienna is on the start line. Car number 888, and it is Duarte in the Mona Lisa, as he calls it. This is his, like, you know, this is the first big one, the first big build, but they've rehashed it, they've improved it. It looks beautiful. Look at the fitment, look at the color.
If you had infinite access to parts, what would your car look like?
It would look like this, probably half as good, because Duarte builds them beyond anyone's capable. Oh! And again, if you're in the car show and you're polishing your car, have a quick look at the track right now. What people are doing with beautiful M3s out here. As Duarte is smashing some walls with the back end of the car. As Duarte fires through the course, he had a nice first run. Let's see what he can do in the second. And Duarte getting that. Just calm down, Duarte. We don't need to go. Oh no, he's in the middle again. Nervous times for everybody involved. Duarte is a wild man.
You know, the whole shop's watching at home going like, oh, I guess they know what we're doing.
It's beautiful. And then it's like, boof. Oh. Not bad.
I saw the trunk move.
Yep.
Contact was made.
And the best thing is, you know it's built for this. It's got all the tubing in the back. It is not built to win no show and shine.
No. This car was meant to battle. And I mean, Duarte's driving, I mean, obviously the car is incredible, but Duarte's driving has gotten so good over the years.
For sure.
And it's so cool to see the progression of it. And same thing when you have access to, you know, the compound and everything else, you get to do this.
But I love the fact also, remember, everybody's on the same tire. They're all on Acceleras, the 651s. The Tire Streets is the first series in the history of drifting where Tire Streets have provided the tires to the drivers for competition. What a support from them, but also giving them a tire like the Accelera 651, which has great grip, and it lasts a long time too. So you get more practice laps, you get more consistency from the tire, and with Tire Streets, not only do you get them all on the same cars, but you get to go up against cars with twice the horsepower, but you've got capable tires on every car, and I love that. I think that's the biggest change of the game, and we want to thank Tire Streets and Accelera for making that possible. We move on to our next driver. It is Sean Booth in the Breezy S15. And you know what? It's strange seeing Sean Booth in a liveried car. He's, you know, and I think it's been a long time coming because he's an excellent driver, phenomenal talent, and now he's got that little bit of sponsorship and that little push. I want to see what he does with it.
Definitely took me a minute to realize who it was, but Sean Booth, if you look at the driving, you know exactly who it is. Really good initiation there as he pops off and that beautifully wrapped Breezy S15. And doing a good job through all of these zones. Nice and smooth once again. Now I expect him to really get on the throttle, pushing really wide through that zone. You're going real wide to the wall, almost laying down the widest line there.
But he put his hand out the window for a little wave at the fans, which would score another 62 points for me, but it's not going to count in this format. But if you can wave at the crowd while you're going very fast towards a concrete wall in your pride and joy, I'm impressed.
It's not an easy thing to do.
No, it's not a wise thing to do. That's the difference.
This is true.
This is for me. He just washes a little wide here, missing this inside zone, Sean. But as he gets out here, watch the hand out the window. He's like, "Hey, you doing, everybody? What's going on?"
Yeah. You're number one in my heart too, Sean.
Yes. Impressive stuff. The judges are like, "Well, he's got to get a clip too. You can't just put your hand out the window." Let's see what Sean scores.
73.33, so does not improve.
Okay, stays where he is. He will probably see battle action later today if he stays where he is.
He's through some scenarios previously.
He's done it. He's impressed us all on the last chance top 16s many times. Moving on now to Tommy Lemaire. So he sits second in qualifying right now, but that's not good enough for Tommy Lemaire. Tommy Lemaire's not sitting there being happy about that, even though he's a pretty happy guy all the time. I'm going to pretend that he's not happy about that. He's going to try and want to go top. Let's see what Tommy Lemaire can do when the chains are off here.
Initiation from Tommy Lemaire, but a bit of a correction to get the car back up to angle. Able to keep things rolling though. He does a good job through that inside clip and still on throttle through a transitioning outer zone and now pushing really wide. Able to get the car wrangled in there. I did not think he was able to get that car back to where it was based on the speed out there.
It's so fast.
It's so fast.
Like fast, but also when he transitions, I assume he's going to spin now, and he never does. It's just like he figures it out. As you said, just a little wobble after initiation, but everything else on this run was pretty textbook from Tommy Lemaire. He gets to outer zones. This one I like, fucking a snap. Wham! Big snappy transition, using the angle to slow the car down, which means he's perfect on the inner zone. And then, of course, he's got all of the horse purrs in the world to get out to that wall.
Hirsch purrs.
The Hirsch purrs to get out to that wall. So, very good run from Tommy Lemaire. Is it good enough to go top? That will be the question. Scores coming up. No. does not improve. Tommy Lemaire stays where he is in second position with an 85.3, which is enough for see him, I would imagine, at this point. But how many drivers would have to go straight into the main event top 16? Big statement. Didn't do the math on that one, but I'm going to take a wild guess that he will be. So next up, as we start warming tires, is going to be FDF race shop boss Josiah Falaise in the BMW E46 wagon 2JZ, 400 horsepower. Which is almost stock 2J power when you think about it. Just an extra, maybe
a little bit of boost.
A little bit of boost, a little bit of ECU. Yeah. All good. But I'll tell you one thing, he's got a very good line. He can put a good score on the board in the first run. Let's see what he can do here.
Big swinging that wagon out. Tons of angle there as he gets on the left foot brake to keep the car under control through that zone, and then pushing it wide as he starts to wrangle things in through that inside clip, and then using the hatch weight on the back of the car to get him through the rest of those outside zones. Now we see him start to line it up. Towards the wall, and great job there from Josiah. I mean, definitely more aggressive, less controlled, but more aggressive than his previous one.
Well, you got to remember, he's in like the lowest 3 horsepower cars on the entire grid today.
Right.
So he's got 400 horsepower, but it is not the lightest of cars. So he is sitting there, you know, down with Joshua Delise, maybe Tom Nazzaro, Chelsea Denofa, kind of down the lower end of the horsepower. So you're not going to see the big smoke. You're not going to see the big snaps. You just got to make the car work.
Yeah, it's and the other part too, he's got 2 extra seats in the back. This is a party wagon. This is meant for ride-alongs.
Well then, he should have taken the 3 judges with him on the track in the car, and that might have impressed them more. Let's see what the score is.
Still have time, and it's going to jump up to an 85.3.
Wow, 85 into second position for Josiah Falaise in the party car. Big run from him there, and this is a very important one now for Nate Hamilton. 0 on his first run because Nate Hamilton shut the car down. Have they got the gremlins worked out in this car, or are they in trouble? We don't know. Is he trying it? Is it fixed? We're going to find out very soon as he comes off the line. Nate Hamilton with a lot of pressure on his shoulders here. Let's see if he can get the job done.
All right, Nate Hamilton coming off the line. Hopefully he can keep the temps under control. It's a really good job there through initiation. Has not had a ton of practice runs. So let's see, he shut it down right in this section last time. He's able to keep the car going. He might have set something up in the map that just says, I don't care what the oil temps are, the coolant temps are, we've got to put down a qualifying run. It's Nate Hamilton pushing that car. Oh, look at that. Tons of angle there through our last outside zone, and just a wee little French kiss on the wall.
Oh, I love it.
Perfect.
To me, Nate Hamilton, he's always smiling. I feel like Nate Hamilton is like that meme, you know, like when everything is going crazy around you, there's this guy smiling. He's like, this is fine. He is Mr. This is fine. But, you know, he's a great driver. There's no question of how good Nate Hamilton is, how consistent he is. He just needed the car to work. And when it works, he's a contender and take this all the way to top step this weekend. And Nate Hamilton throwing that beautiful GR86 perfectly to the wall. So Nate Hamilton, 1 run to get it done and did something. What did he do?
82. That's
82. He did an 82, and an 82 is just enough. So he is in 9th position right now. So he's inside the top 13, which is where he may stay, considering we're running out of drivers here to knock him out of there. One of those could be Jimmy Oakes as he takes to the start line. Jimmy Oakes needing, you know, to improve a little bit maybe on his first score, because right now he would be in the last chance top 16 down the end. Jimmy's been in the last chance top 16 at every LZ World Tour. Could this be the time that he steps out into the guaranteed main event? He's going to need a big lap.
All right, no pressure, Jimmy, but let's see if you can get those stats up and get you into the battles tomorrow. Jimmy doing a good job, but that car definitely could use another 50, 60 horsepower. If someone's got a spare nitrous kit, please stop off at Jimmy Oakes' pit and drop it off. He's doing a good job through these zones, getting the car pointed and pushing it out towards the wall. Jimmy, just a little bit. That's all we're looking for at this point, just the wall.
I'm enjoying it.
I know.
Well, I'm going to leave you for a moment because I'm going to go down to trackside because I want to watch the next 2 runs down at the track, and I also want to have a word with our host of the show, Adam LZ.
All right.
And it is about 755 steps from there to here, so if you're a little out of breath next time you hear me, that's because I'm highly unfit. I will see you for the scores later on, but we got some big ones coming with Chelsea Denofa, Colette Davis, and Adam LZ, and we're waiting for the score for Jimmy Oakes.
All right. Start your stopwatches, everybody, as he makes his way from the very top of this tower here at the old airport down to the track. We could. This should be a race. I kind of wish we had a camera person on him the whole time, but it looks like Jimmy Oakes is going to take an 80, which is going to put him in 14th place as of right now. So Jimmy does have to battle his way back. His stat continues, his run continues. Jimmy going back to the last chance. I think this guy just likes driving at this point. All right, we are going to be moving on to Chelsea Denofa, who is, well, I mean, he's warming up his tires. So big round of applause there. Let's get the cheers out for Chelsea Denofa. And Chelsea off the line. Let's see if that last minute burnout does anything for him. Good initiation there as he gets that EcoBoost up and running, pushing really wide through this section. See if the car wrangled back in. He does, really tight to the inside clip, pushing real wide through the outside zone. He is using all of these zones basically as suggestions at this point. And now Chelsea eyes it up towards the wall as the crowd cheers him on. Give it up for Chelsea Denofa, everybody. That is not part of the track, sir. And Chelsea Denofa, always the showman. Great job. As we go back to this replay, you can see here in this Fox body, Chelsea able to do things with the car that is not supposed to have. And this car is not supposed to be handling this well, but he is known as one of the setup masters. And I think he just decided to build this car and, you know, the Porsche just for fun. Just everything else was too easy. And Chelsea Denofa putting it on for the fans, making his own track, making his own highlight reel. And that is going to net him with an 87.33. So a big jump up for Chelsea Denofa as we swap over to Colette Davis on the line. That it will put Chelsea Denofa right now in second place. The only person that could take him off that at this point in time is going to be Colette, as she is ready to go in that absolutely stunning Corvette. See my co-host already made it to the ground in absolute record time. I know he is completely out of breath at this point. And Colette throws it into that first outside zone, gets on throttle super quick and pushes that car out towards the LG World Tour sign, and then darts it back to the inside clip. It was a phenomenal job getting through all the zones, nice and smooth, a couple corrections here and there as she pushes really, really wide out towards the wall and across the line for Colette Davis, just doing better every run. Love to see the progression that she's had in the sport. So we flip back to our replay here. You can see when she comes into that initiation, bit of a brake stab to get the car into rotation and gets the car nice and wide through this section. This is what I love about this track, is that because the zones are a little bit more vague, you can take different lines to get to them. And when we get into tandem, if you're just watching this now, if you're not here with us in Montreal, there are so many different ways to tackle this track, and it makes for some incredible tandem. So the judges put in a score, and a small improvement there for Colette Davis, up to an 80.67. As we go down to the man of the hour, Adam LZ, and that beautiful Drift HQ BMW. Loving the pink highlights. And let's see if Adam can top his score from his previous run. He had a 92 on his last one. Do we want Adam to go for a high score? Give it up for you. Do you want him to beat his score, or do we want Adam LZ to just put on a big show? Oh, I think we want a show. Hopefully Adam can hear that, but we're getting word Adam coming off the line, so let's see what we get. Adam rolling it through the gears, and a big initiation out. Super wide there from Adam LZ as he gets back on the power and starts smoking off those Accelera 651s, transitioning through this outside zone. One of the fastest runs we've already seen today. Now Adam taking the BMW, pushing it real wide and out towards the crowd. Everybody give it up for Adam LZ. And a great job to all of our competitors here so far today. Just to remember, our top 13, they're gonna move on to tomorrow. Stick around. If you're here for just one day, this is the time to buy your ticket for tomorrow so you can see them. There's not many tickets left. And if you haven't bought it, this is it. As Adam comes up to the line, we're gonna go down and have a quick word with Adam and see what his thoughts are on this absolutely incredible event. And just when you thought it couldn't get any better, Adam LZ ups his score to a 95. So taking first overall in qualifying, It's Mr. Adam LZ. I think we're going to kick it down to the track.
What is going on? Can everybody hear me? Montreal, make some noise! What is going on? We've been all over the world. We've been to Ireland, we've been to Australia, but we were somewhere last year. It was called Toronto. We were in Toronto, and they were loud. They were real loud in Toronto. But they told us to come to Montreal because everybody was going to be even more loud. So I'm going to need a bit more noise from Montreal. Can everybody in attendance please get up on your feet? Everybody up on your feet. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. I'm going to give you one more shot to give up the loudest cheer we have ever heard on the LZ World Tour. I mean, everybody from start to finish. 3, 2, 1, Montreal, make some noise! And we're just getting warmed up. Adam, what about this amazing crowd?
This is amazing. This track is so fun. It's made for some great battles, seeing everyone out here. Hope you guys are having as good a time as we are on track.
Guys, this is just the warm-up. This is where the cars do single runs. Later today, we do the tandems and we head to the main event tomorrow. And this man, with the score that he just put in, is safely into tomorrow's main event. Give it up for Adam LZ! We are back here later on for our last chance top 16. From Adam and from me, we'll see you then. Go check out the car show. Go check out the merch booth. LZ MFG in the house if you want to go check them out. We'll see you guys soon. Adam, why don't you leave us with a couple of burnouts before you head on, and we'll see you tomorrow in the main event. Give it up one more time for Adam LZ. Now, if you are not a fan of loud cars or tire smoke, this is the place where you should put your hands over your ears and close your eyes. Montreal, one more time, let me hear you. That is all the time we got for this section of the show, but don't go anywhere. We are back with our last chance top 16 very soon. Get yourself a beverage, get yourself a t-shirt. We'll see you guys later on. From all of us here at the LZ World Tour, don't go anywhere. We're back soon.
We'll turn this around. 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 We'll turn this around.
Tires, tires, tires! All the drivers at the LZ World Tour are competing on the Accelera 651 Sport, a 200 tread-wear ultra-high performance tire that's perfect for great battles and good times on and off the track. Not a drifter? Tire Streets also has tires for your grocery getters, trailblazers, and track stars. Tire Streets for the streets and everything in between.
Flamies on that Able pimpin', man. Flamies on that Able pimpin', man.
ECU, let's go!
Top of on ECU, turn on wideband, throttle control, all the motorsport functions. You can't beat it.
So the Link PDM saved the day.
So the next step was to get this thing on a proper ECU, especially with all the technology that Link has to offer.
Which should give us full communication and full control over all the sensors.
All those features I have thanks to the Link ECU.
That's all he needs. Simple, cheap, easy, works, good ECU, weatherproof.
It's got enough IOs too, like we're doing tons of stuff. Oil, fuel pressure, boost control.
I like it.
Definitely big shout out to Link ECU.
Want your own set of Accelera 651 Sports? Enter to win a set of 4 at TireStreets.com. Last day for entry is May 26, 2024. Only valid in the lower 48 states. Don't want to wait? Use code LZ for 15% off your order today. Only at TireStreets.com.
What's up, guys? Dave from Drift Games here, and I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who's been supporting us over the last couple of weeks. Just over a month ago, we had the worst day of our lives where our entire HQ and our entire car collection burned to the ground on one fateful night. We thought it was the end of the road, we would never see events like this again. But thanks to the amazing drift and car community across the world, you guys picked up some merch from our shop and allowed us to keep people in jobs and get back on projects again. We'll never be able to repay you, and this isn't an ad. I just wanted to take this time to say thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, you've kept us going, and we appreciate it for the rest of our lives.
All right, guys, I'm here with Front Street Tom. What are you doing right now?
Changing spark plugs. My car keeps breaking up. I broke 3 differentials.
Your boy keeps messing up. What's going on? Are you going to help him?
I mean, he's not messing up. His car's messing up a little bit, but Tom don't mess up.
Yeah. Tom doesn't make any mistakes. You can do no wrong in our eyes.
I don't miss.
All right, so tell us a little bit about what's broken and what you've fixed so far.
So I sheared a ring and pinion yesterday, first lap out. Put a new diff in my car. That one wasn't going too well, so then we built another diff. Then once I built that one, my car started breaking up, and now I'm changing my second set of spark plugs. And we're gonna hope that fixes it. And if it doesn't, I don't know what to tell you guys.
You want to share my car?
Hell no. I'll crash that shit so bad.
All right, go out there, drive hard. Good luck, okay, bud?
Thank you.
Bye.
Tires, tires, tires! All the drivers at the LZ World Tour are competing on the Accelera 651 Sport, a 200 treadwear ultra high performance tire that's perfect for great battles and good times on and off the track. Not a drifter? Tire Streets also has tires for your grocery getters, trailblazers, and track stars. Tire Streets for the streets and everything in between.
And now I'm here with Jimmy Oakes. Jimmy, you are up from Connecticut. How was the drive up? How's the car feeling? How's practice?
Drive was easy, straight shot, 7 hours, a lot of traffic. So Canada, fix your roads. No, I'm kidding. Car's going good though. I can't really ask for much more. It's definitely not the fastest car out there, but it's working for sure. The hard part is if the lead car messes up, it gets exaggerated on me. But as long as the lead car gives me a good lead line, we'll have a good chase and it'll be good battle. So
it's a technical course. I mean, like, how is this compared to other tracks you've driven at this year? Japan, I mean.
It's good. It's actually simple. It's actually a fantastic comp course because there's no curveballs to it. It's like, here's some consistent pavement, here's some zones, you got this, you know what I mean? So.
And you feel comfortable in the car?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, man, good luck.
Thanks.
Play me some of that Able Pimpin', man.
And we are here with the man himself, Adam LZ. We are in Mirabel, Canada. How do you feel about the track so far, and how's your car?
Track's really cool. It's really good for tandem. A couple of us are a little bummed we're not doing the fast layout, but with a huge gap in power with cars, the way this is set up, it's making for good battles already, so I think it'll be a really good show.
Have you done anything to the car since your last competition?
Turn the power down some like chassis changes just to make it work better for a track like this. And right now we're just changing the belt, so.
Do you know who you're gonna go for at the call-out battle?
Oh, good question. I feel like I usually forget about it and then someone calls me out, so we'll see who calls me out.
That's true, that's true. All right, man, well, good luck out there.
All right, thank you.
Link ECU, let's go!
Top of on ECU, turn on wideband, hydraulic control, all the motorsport functions. You can't beat it.
So the Link PDM saved the day.
So the next step was to get this thing on a proper ECU, especially with all the technology that Link has to offer.
Which should give us full communication and full control over all the sensors.
All those features I have thanks to the Link ECU.
That's all he needs. Simple, cheap, easy, works, good ECU, weatherproof.
It's got enough IOs too, like we're doing tons of stuff. Oil, fuel pressure, boost control.
I like it.
Definitely big shout out to Link ECU.
All right, guys, and I am here with Sean Booth. Sean, your car's looking a little different, but you look great. How are you feeling about this weekend?
Thank you. I'm excited. I got a new Breezy S15, I'll call it.
Yeah, how'd you get that? How did this come to be?
Tommy F, yeah. He held to his word from in Cali when he said he's going to give me a 2.8 liter and redo the whole car, and he did. So here we are.
And I asked him earlier, I was like, anything like different besides delivery? He's like, no, not really. It's got a whole new motor, dude. You got more power. You got more style. How is it feeling out there for practice?
Better than ever. I'm so excited. I hit the gas pedal and she finally moves now. So I'm able to glue people and have more fun than I ever did.
Well, you put on a really good show in Bakersfield. We're excited to see what you do here in Mirabel. You got a lot of fans watching. So let's try not to disappoint them, right?
I won't. Don't worry. Thank you.
Cool. All right. Good luck.
Want your own set of Accelera 651 Sports? Enter to win a set of 4 at TireStreets.com. Last day for entry is May 26, 2024. Only valid in the lower 48 states. Don't want to wait? Use code LZ for 15% off your order today. Only at TireStreets.com.
All right, and I am here with Nate Hamilton. Nate, The car looks different, but it's the same guts on the inside. How are you feeling about driving it here in Mirabel?
Yeah, for sure. New livery on the car, right? So we just wanted to kind of change the jersey, if you will. Yep. So same graphics kit, new livery, thanks to a nose detect for the wrap. From there, you caught me actually running around the paddock looking for a radiator cap. So I am having some issues. Yesterday, we had a fracture in our radiator, so I got 0 laps of practice. And today, we're also battling with some sort of error in our coolant system. So honestly, man, I'm not looking very good right now. My plan is to take a qualifying run and hopes to fix it tonight.
We do love an underdog story, not that you're much of an underdog, but we like to see a recovery, so that's kind of cool. Have you done anything else to the car since your last competition, or it is the same?
So in the last competition, for those who've seen the race, at the very end of the race, we actually started to see the coolant issues. So we did some testing at home in Texas, but we weren't really able to sort everything out, obviously. So here we are.
All right. Well, best of luck. We're going to see you shake this down and get out there, okay?
Yeah, we'll figure it out, man. We'll burn a tire either way.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
All right, everybody, I am here with Colette Davis. We are here with the beautiful Corvette behind us and the beautiful Colette herself. So how are you feeling about practice in the car in general?
I'm feeling great. The first day here for shakedown, we ran into some electrical issues, but luckily got those sorted and doing some good laps today.
Is there anybody that you're kind of keeping your eye out on for the call-out battles?
Honestly, kind of everyone. There's so many good drivers here just for practice. I was trying to get a lot more chase in, just lining up to anyone I can. And I don't know, fantasy should be pretty fun. I mean, maybe an Adam battle. We'll see.
Or I do love that.
Z has been like on a crazy journey to get her and her car here. Yeah. So like maybe we can have another girl power battle. We'll see.
I personally loved that one. If you guys remember when we were in Bakersfield, I was geeking having these two powerful women out on track with me. So anyways, I saw you in practice. You were looking great. I hope you're feeling great. We're rooting you on.
I appreciate it.
Let's go. Gotta be camera ready. All right, everybody, I am here with Tommy Lemaire himself, another Canadian, and we have two cars behind us. Now, you're gonna be driving the S chassis in competition because of the roll cage. Talk to me about the Corvette.
Yeah, so Corvette is a new project. I'm super happy about it. So we have the practice C7, and we're actually building with FDF, FDF Race Shop, a comp car, a comp C7. So for now, we're just having lots of fun with this car. It's basically a stock car, but with an angle kit, hydro handbrake, and locked diff and scale suspension. That's it. Just lots of seat time, lots of fun, and I'm already feeling super good in it. So we just need a roll cage, and maybe we could do some like a 235 competition with it. Yeah.
That's sick. Yeah, when he was talking about it before, he was just beaming with joy. So I love that you have it here. We're very comfortable in this car. The laps look good. Do you have your eye set on anybody for the call-out battles?
I would say Mark Landreville is an old friend of mine. He's the generation just before me, I will say. So he won the Formula Drift in 2016, I think. So I think he's going to be a guy to watch. Of course, we have Adam Elzy here, we have Josiah, we have Nate Hamilton, lots of good guys. So
only heavy hitters.
only heavy hitters. I'm super happy about it, and we're working on the S14 right now. It works super fine. We're just doing some fine tuning, and we're having lots of fun, and that's the main point today, I think.
Let's go, Canada. Let's go, guys. Root them on in the comments.
Thank you.
I'll see you later, okay?
What's up, guys? Dave from Drift Games here, and I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who's been supporting us over the last couple of weeks. Just over a month ago, we had the worst day of our lives where our entire HQ and our entire car collection burned to the ground on one fateful night. We thought it was the end of the road. We would never see events like this again. But thanks to the amazing drift and car community across the world, you guys picked up some merch from our shop and allowed us to keep people in jobs and get back on projects again. We'll never be able to repay you, and this isn't an ad. I just wanted to take this time to say thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, you've kept us going, and we appreciate it for the rest of our lives.
I'm here, Sebastian. We are standing in front of your Z, which does not have a VQ in it. What do we have in here for power?
It's a 1JZ with a Borg Warner turbo, all-on link ECU, pushing around 450 horsepower. A little shy, but should get down.
And where are you from in Canada?
Saint Sophie, so 20 minutes from here.
Okay, cool.
Not that far.
Now, who out of this round of drivers are you most excited to get down with?
Chelsea is one of them, definitely. Got the run with him yesterday. Was good run. Other than that, honestly, everybody. It's just special occasion to be here. So I'm really happy to be here, and hopefully I get to drive with everybody.
Sebastian was throwing down some heat practice, so we're hopeful that he can do the same kind of runs today and tomorrow, and we're wishing him the best of luck. Here we are at Mirabel, Canada, local Sebastian Z with the JZ, or the, what do we got, JZ in here.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around. this around. International. We'll turn this around. 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 Gonna turn this around. We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around. Gonna turn this around. We'll 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 turn this around.
Welcome back, everybody, to our Montreal stop on the LZ World Tour. We are here at the ICAR Mirabel circuit, and we are ready for our last chance top 16 battles. How does it work? Well, we had qualifying earlier today, and the top 13 finishers went straight to the main event tomorrow. That means everybody from 14th down to 29th has got to battle it out for the remaining 3 spaces in the finals. How do you get there? Well, you got to get all the way to the podium today. So what I'm thinking right now is I should introduce my co-host Jacob, because Jacob, we are ready for some intense battles on a track designed specifically for tandem battles, and it might just be also in the middle of an airfield.
It just happens to be there are gigantic airplanes everywhere. Yeah, what a backdrop though. Just, I mean, what is it, the Airbus or the Boeing factory just down the street? Yeah, it's such a cool facility.
We saw some like F-15s landing here the other day. Like, it's crazy here. And in the middle of all that, this was, if you look at it, the whole building was an airport terminal. And where we're drifting today was actually just where you would, you had all your planes park up and everybody got on them. So now it's a drift track. It's now a motorsport complex, and it's awesome. They run a lot of DMCC, which is the Canadian Drift Championship rounds here, but they've never run this layout. This is a layout that I came up with. You might call it a little boring. You might call it a little bit simple. But I think when we get to the battles, you're going to see why. Because I want everybody here, door to door, making dives, rubbing paint, and that's what we want to see. Here's some highlights from qualifying earlier today. You can see some crazy cars in the mix, like Justin Medina's S2000. We've got an Audi RS5. We got a ton of stuff. Justin on his first run having a little bit of a spin, but he got it all together for the second and did a cracker of a second qualifying run. Trevor Jameson getting close to the walls. Lee Yearwood in the RB30 creating plenty of smoke out there as well. We got the Front Street Boys in the house. SR's screaming around And we've got a couple of their battles coming up very, very shortly as well. I'm really looking forward to a real mix of characters, builds, but they're all on the same tire. That's what makes this series so entertaining. Well, that's because they're all on the Accelera 651 from Tire Streets. And also, Tire Streets, the first ever company to sponsor every single driver with tires.
Yeah.
Meaning they're supporting the sport, pushing it forward, and giving us an even playing field, which I absolutely love. Here's the format we're going to be using today for battles. Each driver will take a turn at lead and chase. The lead driver must run a qualifying line and aim to run as close to a 100-point run as possible. Chase driver must try and mirror the lead driver, try and gain as much proximity as possible without making too much contact or, you know, impeding the lead car. The judges will determine who is the better driver over the 2 runs combined and determine the winner. Scoring results in a draw. We will have a one more time battle to determine the winner, and there can only be one more time. Our judges are from the MCC, so they are very, very knowledgeable, very aware, and also good fun guys as well. So we're gonna have a lot of fun up here in the tower. This is the track. You got that outer one on the wall, and you got to follow this white line. You'll see it when you see it on the track. It's a little dotted white line we put out there, meaning the lead car has to stay outside that on the way to inner 2. Then switch to outer 3, another switch back to outer 4, tuck the nose in for inner 5, and then we got that big old immovable concrete wall at outer 6 for the little cherry on the cake at the end.
Yeah, everyone's been playing and having a lot of fun with that outer 6, and really I think that's where we're going to find a ton of excitement. That being said, as you said, we have horsepower ranges from 1,000 to 300. So this track layout is meant to give the high horsepower drivers a spot to really stretch their legs, but some technical sections where the lower horsepower cars are going to do much better. So great mix of it. We got to watch a ton of practice. The tandem here is phenomenal. So yeah, good job on that. A lot of driver input here too. You can see there's a couple of older boxes that are laying there. You can see how it's changed over
Yeah,
the last couple
we
of
actually
days
developed it because we never had run a car on this layout. So we did a couple of changes to some boxes yesterday, which was all about making the chase car have a better time, have loads of room, get on the inside of the track and get them some doors. And our first driver out will be Colette Davis in this beautifully bright colored Corvette. And what I think is you can never miss it when it's out there, but not only from how it looks, how it sounds. One of the loudest cars on the grid. It is an amazing machine. And Colette getting a bye run into the top 8. Now remember, we're trying to get to the top 3. That's where you want to be today to get yourself back in the main show and the main event for tomorrow. Tomorrow we got some crazy stuff going on. I'm going to let you in on a secret.
Ooh.
We got two guys having a bit of a grudge match with some burnouts.
Interesting.
We've got Jordan from OK Tunes bringing out a 1,500 horsepower M3.
Okay.
But all the way from down under, we have got the VL turbo of Keep It Reed coming out there. And we're going to have a little burnout contest. We're going to have the car show, the Grio's car show winners come out. We're going to show you guys their builds. We're going to have a chat with them. We're going to show you guys the craziest cars that have come from the local area in Canada. And we're also going to have our main event top 16 and some fantasy battles where we get to, you get to, whoever in the comments, you can let us know who you want to see go head to head in a fantasy battle. It doesn't happen anywhere else in the world, but here at the LZ World Tour. And Colette Davis looks like she is ready to just put on a showy run for the fans. This is just to get out there, get a feel for the track, but also importantly on a bye run to get as many laps as every other driver on the track. Colette Davis putting in a run, screaming that V8 around, and of course looking very solid out there. She's been really consistent on the line right from the off in qualifying, narrowly missing out, very narrowly missing out on getting into that top 13. So she was in 14th position, so very narrow. You know, it's almost heartbreaking when you get so close. Yeah. And now you got to do 4 battles, let's say, to get yourself back in the game. However, she will only have to do 3 because she has got that bye run into the top of it. So Colette Davis throwing down. I mean, this car, this track, it's all kind of set up nicely for Colette. It works really well here. And again, the aggression she's been showing into chase and some of the practice runs, I think this is going to be a good time. Yeah, and again, everybody's watching at home, everybody here in attendance, all the cool people that are here,
right, yes.
They know what the chase runs are like because they've been watching practice. But you guys at home haven't seen any of that. I'm just going to let you in on a secret. It's going to be wild.
Yeah, it's a really good time. I mean, honestly, 400 horsepower kind of seems to be the number. That's the magic number here. You can have more. Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, you can double that, triple that. I don't care. But 400 is really where the cars come into their own and where you're able to lay down a technical run, but also, I mean, put on a good smoke show.
Exactly. So next up, we got 2 guys ready to throw down, having fun. They had a little bit of back and forth smack talk on some WhatsApp messages beforehand saying, if we came up against each other, we're going to smash into each other. Well, it's actually happened. It's Tom Nazaro from Front Street, Joel Garcia representing Drift HQ, and these 2 guys are going to throw down. We got the M50 Turbo BMW of Joel, and we got the SR, the good old SR, God's Engine, in Tom Nazaro's 180SX. And it's our first battle of the top 16 and the last chance top 16. Here we go. Joel getting left a little bit for dead here.
Tom Nazaro out front, putting a nice gap on Joel there as they come to that first outside zone. And Joe going real wide, finding all the limits of the track super early. Well, Tom doing a good job. You can see how quickly you can close that gap. So even though there was a large mistake there from Joel, as we get into our last set of zones here, he's able to stack up. We can finish this lap a little bit closer than the way we started it.
Yeah, to me it looked like a little bit of inexperience from Joel there. He basically got caught napping a little bit on the line. If you're in the chase position, you can leave the line earlier than the lead car.
Yeah.
It looked to me like Joel, a little bit of miscommunication there. Didn't, you know, think about how fast Tom will come out the blocks. And then here, watch, bang, hits the wall on the outside of the zone, kind of pinballs himself back in and then dives kamikaze style across the track to get back into it. But you can see this layout does allow for a little bit of fight back, which most don't, which I quite like. So towards the end of the run, he tries to, he can't even really get there, but Tom doing a great job on the lead run, absolutely no issues. And again, a little bit more experience maybe in battle action for Tom, knowing that you got to be on your toes if you're in the chase position. Let's see if Tom can learn from that and start to creep a little bit before the lead car.
Yeah, Joel's obviously got a big gap to be able to catch up on, literally, metaphorically, physically. He's got a bit of work to do here, but if Joel's able to get a good launch off of this, he might be able to make it happen. It doesn't look like it so far, though, but let's see if Joel can push the car through and see what Tom does in the chase. He really just needs to keep a decent amount of proximity here to get the win because of that large mistake from Joel, but Joel doing a good job out in the lead. And this is how you want to do it. You almost want to shake the tail that is behind you, and Joel pushing pretty wide there, able to get the car sucked back in as they push out towards the wall. And Tom keeping that proximity, but great lead run there from Joel.
Yeah, look, I mean, it showed what it's all about. You know, you can make a mistake in your chase, but as long as you can get back on it in your lead, you can start clawing points back. However, if you look at the separation from both drivers, you got to say that definitely bigger separation for Joel, cutting track, big mistake on entry. And Tom, I think, would probably have a spotter in his ear saying, Joel made major mistakes. You don't need to go too close. You don't need to risk too much. Just don't let him go. And I think that's exactly what Tom did there. He just kind of held back saying, I'll be smooth, I'll be calculated, I won't risk anything. Joel going really wide here, missing that inner zone. So Tom just kind of sitting on the inside saying, hey, I don't have to be door on door here. I've got the big advantage from the first run. Maybe it's enough. But we'll get our judge's decision very soon to see what happens on this one. But to me, it looks a little bit like Tom Nazaro playing it safe on the second run because of big mistakes from Joel on the first. But let's see which way it flips over. Start line marshal Fabio ready to give them the word. Scores dropping in. And the winner is Tom Nazaro. Tom Nazaro gets the win and goes through, and Joel Garcia said he's here for a little bit of fun. He was here for a bit of fun, and I hope he had it. He's the first driver to run the wall on the first corner since qualifying, so that's something to take home. He risked it quite heavily there. But Tom Nazaro in the SR20 moving through from Front Street into our top 8. A couple of a smoky exit from Joel Garcia.
You know what, if you're going out, right?
Might as well get rid of the last of those accelerators.
Exactly. When Tire Streets gives you a stack of them, you might as well burn them off.
Problem with those 651s is you could stay out there for an hour and a half trying to burn them off.
He does have a bit more work to do to get those down.
He might start the next event with the same tires.
Yeah.
We move it on to another interesting matchup between Marc-Andre Rodrigue and Jordan from RK Tunes. Jordan in the yellow 2 Series BMW. You can see Marc-Andre in that black Corvette. Two very different machines, V8 powered from the Corvette, and you got that B58 in the 2 Series. So turbo versus NA, and you've also got American versus European.
6 versus
8. And you've got Jordan versus Marc-Andre. So there you go. It's all kind of stacking up. We've never seen these two come up together in competition. Why we got so many. Look at this. Jordan definitely not getting left napping here.
Whoa. Almost impeding the initiation there for both drivers, able to get things settled. There's that Corvette we see very close to getting some yellow on yellow paint swapping there, and the Corvette out front doing a good job through all the outside zones, while RK Tunes diving in here to that last section. Let's see how they stack up as we come through our last outside zone. Not bad. I mean,
no, it looked like Jordan was definitely, he wanted to be in the battle. He didn't want to get left for dead. He went a little too aggressive on the run-up. Just, the lead car, as you can see here, as they draw it down through. Jordan kind of ahead of the lead car. Jordan has to make a move. And, of course, the lead car allowed to do that within their half of the track. So Jordan kind of playing with fire there by getting so close. But he was able to get back in it as they came through and get more aggressive as they come through the transition. This is nice from Jordan here. Watch, matching the lead car, switching with them as they come through. Just there, a little hesitation, maybe a little handbrake, just slow it down. You didn't see it from Marc-Andre. He picked up pace, whereas Jordan lost a little bit of pace. It's down to those fine margins sometimes.
So we're going to swap them up here. Obviously, Jordan out front now in the RK Tunes BMW. Marc-Andre in the Corvette.
Cool looking cars, got to be said.
Yeah.
Very cool looking cars. But let's see what Marc-Andre does as he tries to chase down Jordan from RK Tunes into that first corner, fires up along the wall. Jordan, he's on a good line here in the lead, allowing that chase car up onto the door. Very wide from Jordan from RK Tunes there as Marc-Andre tries to chase him down. And this is where he can start making a move through the center section. Big transition back. Marc-Andre getting close to the back bumper as they come through here. As he tries to get closer and closer. Looks like Jordan pushing a wide line here towards the wall, allowing Marc-Andre back into the wall. Good chase run and a better lead run from Jordan RK Tunes there. Good job.
Yeah, it's what's so nice about this. Now you guys are starting to witness why we like this track layout so much. There's so much back and forth. Love the high five we got there. But take a look at this replay. Jordan out front, Marc-Andre following behind in the Corvette, and you can see because we have such long outer zones, we've got this quick transition and then into another long set of zones. You're able to get the car tucked in. You can scrub some of the angle. You can start to shoot in. And if the lead driver cheats a little bit by scrubbing in or scrubbing out, that gives you more room
for sure
to come in.
Yeah, looks to me like Marc-Andre went for a big transition and just kind of backed off a little bit. So let's see which way the judges go. Packed house here in ICAR Mirabel, waiting for the results. And it is going to be Jordan from RK Tunes. Marc-Andre gets the win. Marc-Andre gets the win. All right, that was the graphic messing up on me there. I was actually a little surprised. I was like, I'm not sure we're watching the same thing, but the judges were 100% right. The graphic just jumping the wrong way, and that, I agree with that call. You can see it that Jordan had a wash, like, you know, a bit of a mistake on the entry in his chase, needed a big wash in his lead, and Marc-Andre is bringing a more consistent vibe to it. Now look what's back on the grid.
Look what we got
here. It is the Barra Wags, the Skyline wagon from Keep It Read. Jason Farron had to qualify in Jimmy Oaks' car, but now is back in his own car, which has a lot of horsepower. This is a full-on pro build, competed in the New Zealand Championship and Australian Championship. He's gone up against an underdog in Sebastian Therio, and I'll tell you one thing about him. He's been looking very consistent too. This is someone that, if you look at experience, Sebastian has way less than Jason. But Jason, can't underestimate him here because he's been on it since the start. This is going to be a really good battle, I feel.
Let's see here. We got the Barra Wagon back out again. Jason piloting that. Let's see how he's able to tuck in, making that Ford engine absolutely scream with the Z out front. Probably has some drum and bass repping with the two 12-inch subs in the back. But look at Jason pushing that car in, getting really, really wide as they come across the line. I mean, it's almost like he qualified in that car, even though we know he didn't.
Yeah. So I was just thinking as they were going around, this is like you've got an underdog 350Z 1J with subs in the back. You've got a Skyline wagon with a Ford Barra engine and an Australian driver, and here it just looks normal. We're just like, oh, this is great. So you can see Jason does a very early transition there, which actually leads him, doesn't get him right up on the door. So he goes very close, but Sebastian's transition was pretty solid. But you can see that sort of Jason getting too tucked in on the transition, he had to back off, and that created a little bit of separation. I think Jason Farron would have preferred to be much closer the whole way around, but it doesn't always work that way, and there's always two halves to every battle. So let's see what's happening. Look at this. This is clever right now because Sebastian knows he's in the chase car. He can stagger back. He doesn't have the pace of Jason Farron, but what he does have is a little bit of smarts here because he's going to try and get a run at him before the start. So here we go. Let's see if Sebastian can catch up to the Keep It Read wagon and the Barra Wags as they come down the straight. Jason Farron is going to have to put in a really solid, good lead run. This one is going to be a game of chess here.
Out front, Sebastian following in behind and cutting a little bit of angle there. Is Keep It Read able to stretch all that Barra horsepower? Z is not going anywhere, screaming that 1J. Look at the transition through our intersection there. He's starting to push out. Jason going pretty wide, able to reel things back in, but Sebastian able to keep it in the fight.
Yeah, doing all he can. Yeah. Doing all he can. You can definitely tell there is a horsepower, grip, and experience difference here for Jason Farron. On that run-up, that Skyline wagon hooked up, it's not an amateur car, it's a pro car. So even regardless of the fact that we're all on, Accelera 651s from Tire Streets, the point is your setup still matters. Yeah. Your pro setup. So you can get more mechanical grip out of the car than tire grip. That's the difference. And you're watching here, what is the difference between a pro car and, let's say, a Pro-Am car, is that the pro car has it all dialed in. So that's where you get that pace straight away. So let's see which way the judges go. Really good runs from both of these guys. Very clean battle. No losers here when you finish it like that. But who's going through? And it's going to be Jason Farron. Jason Farron gets the win, and Keeper Reed had to do it the hard way, driving Jimmy Oaks' car in qualifying, gets back in his own car. Business as usual for Jason Farron as he goes through to our top 8.
As mentioned, we were talking about the mechanical of the tire grip, so to give everybody a bit of a rundown on the tires we're running today. 200 tread wear, street legal R compound, so this is something that you can drive daily, take it to the track. Really good price for performance with this package, and I mean, if you're in the lower 48 states, they'll ship it right to your door. So
that's insane.
Yeah, it's great.
And like the tire, it lasts laps, it's consistent, and everybody out here is driving the doors off each other because this tire is really good. It's not like even though you can run it on the street, you can equally get the performance out of it on the track. So we move on to our next battle, and it's going to be Trevor Jameson, but it's not a battle because it's a bye run. Trevor Jameson, his opponent, not able to continue. Trevor Jameson is going to get a bye run here. And you know what? When you get the bye run, you kind of feel like two ways, right? You go, oh, yeah. I wanted to have a battle, I wanted to win the fairway. However, sometimes luck can be on your side, and he's still going to have to go to the top 8 battle from there. So good time to get a quick run in here to make sure everything's okay after qualifying.
Well, somebody has given a lot of people bye runs over the years. I feel the same way. It's nice to just put my car back in the trailer and know that it's safe to probably break again at another day. But
that is correct.
It is, yeah.
And I'll tell you one thing that interests me about Trevor Jameson, not putting too many feet wrong, always going very wide here.
Wow. Okay.
I was like, no, I'll finish that sentence after he gets by the wall. But he's almost growing into this track. Every run started to look very consistent. We need to see what he's like in the chase there, because this is a lead run where, in my personal opinion, you're going to get great scores from the judges here. The line is great, smooth, no major corrections. So from that perspective, if he can continue this form, it's this chase driving now all he's got to work on. So that's a pretty big confidence booster for Trevor Jameson.
Yeah, and the hard part is when you get that bye run is you don't have any chase experience. So you're going to now skip on and battle somebody, in this case either going to be Sean Booth or Zandara Kennedy, who has chase experience. They've put in a lap, they're probably coming off a heater, they've got confidence, and all you've got is a run where you didn't have to battle anything.
Yeah, so you're not really knowing where you sit, especially when it comes to running and pace from the start line. So this is where you're going to learn. But then you can learn pretty quickly and lose 2 in the top 16. So it can go either way. Sean Booth in the breezy S15 going up against Zandara Kennedy in the Boss fronted S14. 2 very cool looking cars. The sun looking beautiful here in ICAR. The crowd is hyped and ready to see how this one goes. If you're here in attendance, let me hear you, Montreal. Are you ready? Here we go. Sean Booth in the lead, Zandara Kennedy in the chase.
Sean Booth with a sweet initiation there, getting right to angle and putting a bit of a gap there, and Zandara Kennedy is pushing out a bit wide. He's gonna have to scrub some angle here to get back in the fight. Well, Sean Booth able to keep things looking real comfortable. He sits so far back in his seat, I'm not even sure if he's actually driving right now. Well, Zandara Kennedy doing what she can to get back in the battle there. Now, Zandara does have quite a quick car, so it'll be interesting when they move this around. Sean Booth was really quick on that one.
Yeah, confidence, I think, in Sean. You know, Zandara having that hit with the wall in practice, obviously don't want to be over-committing, but Zandara enters in the middle of the track, which should give her the jump, but the car washes. You can see it washes out, gets a little bit of understeer. So Sean Booth's up and gone at that point. He's saying, hey, I'm just going to float through the track, do my thing. And all the way through the track, she's cutting and washing. Watch every corner, she washes further than the lead car, which actually slows her pace, and then ends up with it playing a game of catch-up. So no point in the run. If you're a judge, you're looking at Zandara saying, well, you're diving through the track to get proximity, and you're not getting it when you get there. So it's going to be kind of a double negative. So Sean Booth now, well, he's a chase expert, right? So this is what he does. I've never, ever said Sean Booth is the best lead driver in the world, but I would consider him one of the best chase drivers in the world. And this is where he's got to show that.
Yeah, he's got to know that Zandara might still be fighting a couple of mechanicals. That being said, he's not one to be hesitant. So caution to win here. Zandara Kennedy out front. And Sean Booth, here's that chase driving we talked about, matching the line quite well, knowing that Zandara does not have an advantage right now, playing it a little bit safe. Starts to cut a bit of line here to get back in, and this is what I talked about Zandara. Got a very quick car, which puts the power to the ground. To come through these zones, just a bit shallow to that last section. Could be a bit tight there. Just going to take a look here at our replay. What are your thoughts on this run, Dave?
Well, I think, you can't have a good chase run without a good lead run, and the lead run just washes. You can see some of the zones are missed a little bit. Now, Sean isn't given an opportunity at every moment here to get that perfect, you know. So the reason you have those outer zones and those wide outer zones is to get out there to let the chase car cut a little track. If you're kind of missing those, you're coming through the track at a lot of pace. Zendara did a good job, but not perfect, meaning that the judges are also looking to say, did Sean get a fair chance to chase, and did he get a fair chance to get up on the door? And I'm not sure in every instance there he did.
Yeah,
not my call, though.
Yeah, no, definitely.
We are just mere spectators. Let's see who's going to take it through to the top 8. And as Sean Booth gets the win, goes through to the top 8. No surprises there from the judges. And I think Zendara, I think that car is just not 100% after that hit with the wall this morning. I've got to say, it's a brave performance. So we'll see how it goes for the rest of the competition for Sean Booth.
Nice little backfire there. Okay. Getting some information here that will hopefully disclose to you here shortly, but some interesting chatter going on in the background as we see one car pulling up to line.
Yeah, so I'm hearing some interesting things here. So this is Jimmy Oakes and Kevin Darvish in the one car.
Oh, interesting.
So judges, this is going to be an interesting one. I'm going to get a little secret here. One of them is driving, so that would be the one I'd give the most points to. The passenger, I feel doesn't do as much. So unfortunately, Kevin Darvish's car not making it through to the battle. So it's just jumping in with Jimmy Oakes for a passenger ride. So keep your eyes on this one, judges. If the passenger pulls the wheel, pulls the handbrake, causes an incident, we may have an issue here.
I kind of hope he drives in the passenger seat, I'm not going to lie.
What's the LZ World Tour? We just make it up as we go along.
And this is the best part, is that we can change the rules. If something doesn't seem right, okay, you need a car, we'll lend you a car. When did we see, who was it who drove like 3 different cars in Bakersfield?
Hurt.
It was Hurt.
I think Hurt was just jumping in any car that came through the paddock. There was some people coming to the car show. Hurt was just taking the car and going to it. But Jimmy Oakes doing a showy run for all the fans here. Look at that. Nice. Little 360. That's what it's all about. Fans love it. Hands on the roof. A poor car has done a lot of laps today. But good to see the good sentiment between both drivers, meaning Jimmy Oakes will get the win and go through to the top 8. And I don't want to bring it up, but Jimmy Oakes not making it through to a main event in an LZ World Tour event has come 4th every time.
So if I remember correctly,
top 3 go through.
The way the announcer's curse works is whatever you say isn't going to happen is going to happen. I know it's like a backwards thing, so hopefully by you saying that means he will make it in, but maybe me saying that means he won't.
So I'm going to say he's not going to make it, because that would be the opposite of
if I acknowledge that, then
I don't know, it's a double negative. But anyway, we move on to the next battle. Jimmy looking good out there. He goes through, and we move on to our last battle in the top 16, the last chance top 16. Duarte Viana against Joshua DeLees. So we got the M3 versus the 240.
It's a beautiful battle, though.
Yeah, this is a good looking battle. This is I get scared when I see cars like this go out there because they're just so cool. So Duarte in the lead from Drift HQ, Joshua DeLees from Front Street in the chase.
See Duarte's initiation right along the wall again, flipping those banners up. With Joshua following in behind. Love as the sun is setting here in Mirabel, Quebec. We get all of the high vis, all the fleck and the pearl off this battle. But Duarte able to push that car wide with that SR. It's hanging in there. It is screaming. It is floating valves just to keep up with that beautiful Drift HQ car, but
I was just listening to the throttle of that SR20. He did not lift the entire run.
Not once.
Because he has no choice. It's not like you go, how much power will I put down? Duarte's making decisions. He's going, kind of want to put a bit power here, a little bit less there. Joshua's just, the whole track is just full throttle, stay with him as much as he can, and just here he runs a little bit out of steam. But everywhere else he does a good job of staying in the fight, to be fair. Like the transitions were good, he was diving, everything that DeLees could do, he did.
Yeah.
So there's nothing left on the track for him, which does put some, if not a little bit of pressure on Duarte now in the chase, because he's got a faster car and he's got to be able to stay on the door.
Well, and you put it correctly that like Duarte had to throttle and pedal back. He's got to do that even more, right? I mean,
100%.
He's got to hold that car back a lot, and when you're doing that, it can cause a lot of mistakes. You're left foot braking, you're e-braking a whole bunch, you're checking the car up, and every time you make an input, you have a chance for a mistake. So this is not a foregone conclusion. Not that Duarte can't do this, but it is a very difficult thing to chase a car that's much slower than you.
Or it's awesome because you know you can catch them and you can get really close in a very, very pretty BMW M3. We don't know what way it's going to go, but Duarte is in the chase representing Drift HQ. A little bit of gap opening up. The SR's just got so much power it's left in for dead. And then Duarte catches it immediately. So here we go. Duarte on the door. Joshua, a little bit of wavering there as he comes to that inner zone now. Transitions back. Duarte. Oh, it's a big spin, and it's very close to a big impact in the middle of the track. We might have had the prettiest crash of all time there, but we didn't. Thankfully, both cars okay. It looked to me like Joshua just pushed it a little too hard, and unfortunately he spun. And you know what? Duarte would have been, one, relieved to not hit him, but two, no, straight away. That's going to seal it.
Yeah. I mean, you know it's over at that point, but it's definitely a thank you for not spinning closer to me.
I don't think Josh had any options there whatsoever. He was going for the ride. So last result of the top 16 drops in. It's going to be an obvious one. Duarte Viana goes through to the top 8. And Joshua, unfortunately, having that spin, knocking him out of competition, meaning we will now move on to our top 8. Remember, the top 3 drivers get to the podium just for bragging rights today, and then they get to go into the remaining 3 slots tomorrow in the main event. So top 13 qualifiers today. We're Adam LZ top qualifying from Chelsea DeNova, Tommy Lemaire, all the big names. They're going into tomorrow already. What we've got now is we've got who's the remaining 3. And we've watched guys come from this last chance top 16 and beat everybody on the main event because they've had so much more battle practice. So this is what Colette at the moment and Tom Nazzaro from Front Street will be thinking. Tom being clever here, knowing Colette definitely has the faster car. He's got to leave early here and make sure he stays in the fight. And this is going to be a tough one for Tom Nazzaro. He's given away probably over half the horsepower. So from that perspective, I think this is going to have to be cleverly played. He's got to go early. He's got to go fast.
It almost sounds like you're concerned about the SR's performance here, Dave. I'm not sure.
I am not saying the SR is not fast.
Okay, just check.
I'm just saying.
I was concerned for a moment.
It needs to be in the right rev range for this.
All of them.
And that's just the bit at the top where it's red and the light comes on, and then the oil light, and then the water light, and then it's comfortable. Then the SR is alive.
Then it's the tow truck.
That's where
light.
it's feeling good. Is when all the lights are on. It's like now we're at maximum, like we're running.
That's how I know my BMW's on, is when every single light
when the steam is coming out of the radiator, it's like, oh, we're cooking now.
Yeah.
So here we go. Tom Nazzaro representing Front Street. These guys had an amazing adventure in Japan recently. You can see it all on Jimmy Oaks' channel. It was really, really cool to watch. Got a lot of experience too. Will that experience count for how he's going to catch Colette in this first corner? They're going for it here.
Let's see, Colette doing a good job in front. Could have been a little bit closer to the wall. Tom pushing real wide, but so is Colette. He's doing a good job of mirroring her line. Now can he get the proximities? He dives in and able to get the transition and cutting those corners to get the proximity to try and push up against that multicolored Corvette. And Colette's able to get back on the power.
That's the problem. When you shoot across the center of the track, you do gain proximity, but then you got to stop. You got to brake. You're going too fast, and you wash. And therefore, Colette takes advantage. And I mean, Colette doesn't even know what's going on behind, just doing a good lead run, making sure that she puts a run together that the judges are like, yep, that's everything we wanted from her. So I think from that perspective, this looks like advantage Colette Davis right now to me.
Yeah, I would agree. I think she's got a strong advantage at this point in time. But like we said, I mean, this is drifting. Literally anything can happen.
And often does.
Yes.
Don't try and predict it. I've been trying for years, and it just doesn't work.
I've yet to see a meteor strike, but...
Hey, sir, got 2 days here. 2 days.
We do, yeah. We have time.
We were in an airport. I'm just saying, a plane might land on the wrong runway here halfway. You just don't know. You just don't know what's going on.
Signals.
You never know. We're going to switch them around. Tom Nazzaro in the lead position. Colette Davis in the chase. Colette got the horsepower, but she got the aggression to put the nail in the coffin here and take this one to the top 4. Let's see.
Oh, do we get a restart? Oh, no, I think.
There's no restarts, so it's got to be, I would imagine, an issue for Tom Nazzaro here.
Just trying to see if we have any
so we don't have,
bits or metal
explain
bits.
that, Jacob, because you do Formula Drift.
I do, yeah.
And in Formula Drift, you got false starts.
Yes.
Restarts. No restarts in LZ World Tour. Because you know when you build up a battle, you get excited and then it stops.
Yeah.
We don't want that. So right now, it looks to me like Tom Nazzaro failed to initiate the first corner.
Failure to launch.
Something happened to his car, and he went down the straight, it looks like he missed a gear, or a gear didn't go in. Colette sits there and says, well, I'm just going to go for a spin anyway. So, yeah, looks to me like we're going to have an easy decision on this one. as they so looks like Cerise is down there. I wonder, could we get Cerise on camera and can we actually see what happened to Tom's car? Because to me, I'm going to say gearbox. I'm going to say gearbox. Yeah, gear. He went to go for third or something and it just didn't go. So we're going to go down to Cerise. Cerise, what happened to Tom's car?
All right, everybody, Montreal, thank you so much for being here. Give it up for these two drivers, please, one time. Let's go. Yes. Thank you. All right, guys, we're going to check in with Tom. Tom, I'm so sorry. What happened?
I don't know. My car won't go into third gear now.
Okay. No third, and obviously that messed up your second run.
Yep, but it's all right.
You're going to keep figuring problems out this weekend.
Oh, yeah, that's all we're doing this weekend.
We'll go check in with Colette, see how she's doing. All right, guys, let's go see. Give it up for Tom. Come on, guys. Awesome, Colette. You're looking good out there. Are you feeling good? How do you feel about having a little bit of technical difficulties? He can't go into third right now.
Yeah, that's not what we want. Really wanted to put on.
No hate on any drivers this weekend. Good luck to you. Keep on ripping, and we'll see you out there. All right, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, so we got to get a decision on this one. I think it's going to be an obvious one. I'm not going to say I called it, but I kind of called it that the gearbox was gone because, you know, SR Life. SR Life, and there you have it. Colette Davis goes through to the top four, so she's into the top four, and you know, it could be Colette's day here. Everything working out in her favor. Tom Nazzaro breaking a gearbox in an SR20. That must be the first SR20 gearbox that has ever failed.
I have been reading my history books. I don't think it's ever happened.
Ever heard of that happen. They are manufactured out of solid chocolate. They should not break. So we're gonna, you know, from my perspective, I think, I don't know, lightning couldn't strike twice. You should just put another SR20 gearbox in
I agree.
there.
Yeah, I think that's the right move here. Fool me once, you know, shame on me.
The judges are looking at me. This is sarcasm, guys. We're using it.
There's no sarcasm in French. It's very, very literal. Yeah. You guys all drove SRs.
Oh, you all drove SRs? That's why you're judges now.
Yeah.
Because you lost all your money running SRs. I get it. That's fine. We're all in the retirement club up here. We got rid of our SRs, and now we can do things like, I don't know, buy food, pay rent. Anyway, we'll move on.
Not be depressed.
Yes, we'll move on to our next battle, and it is going to be between Marc-Andre Rodrigue against Jason Ferrant. Now we got some horsepower on track.
Let's go.
We got the Barra Wags, which is Ford Barra powered 6-cylinder Ford engine turbo in the Skyline wagon, going up against all of the V8s right now in Marc-Andre Rodrigue. This one, you can see Jason Ferrant take a little staggered approach here, but he's always jumping off. He's actually at a little coming off the line straight away.
Gotta get that boost in there. Well, Jason Ferrant definitely following on behind Marc-Andre. Able to get some gap, and Jason able to start to close it in as we transition. Oh! Keep it getting really close. But Marc-Andre able to keep everything under control while he had that wagon breathing down his neck as we come through this last outside zone. Wow.
Yeah, it's, you know, really good fight back from Jason Ferrant. It looked to me like on the run-up, just something stalled. The car just kind of stalled on the start, and that was the big difference maker for me. Was that stall on the start from Jason Ferrant, and then he had to play a big load of catch-up, but the track allows for it.
Yeah.
As he comes through here, it's got to cut some corners to try and get back into it. But Rodrigue doesn't have any issues. Look at this, Jason. He knows he's at a disadvantage, so he's got to go super close for the rest of the run, and that's what I like this track. You know, even if you make a mistake, usually you're gone, you're done. You're 20 car lengths behind, nothing happens, boring run. But here you could do a little cut in the corners, get back in the run. More exciting for us to watch as fans. So I think I get it. So Jason, was it all too little, too late? That's the question.
Yeah. Yeah, I like how he scrubbed speed too. He basically went, I'm going to use you, and worst case, I hit you and I slow down either way. So it worked out really well.
Yeah, so we're going to send cars. We're going to go to the second half of this battle. And it's going to be Jason Ferrant in the lead. Oh, Jason Ferrant stalling a little bit. He's got a problem on that star line. Something is an issue on that star line. And the judge is going to have a look at it because he's stalling once the star line marshal puts his hand down. So I think Jason's got issues here.
Yeah. Let's see how he's able to navigate the rest of this course. And Marc-Andre definitely keeping things a little bit more tame. Jason Ferrant out front. Pushing real wide. Let's see how much that wagon's left after this run. Come across the line. Little bear a pop
I
out
like
the
how
back.
you Montreal that you said Ferron.
I know, it's just
you said
supposed to
Ferron like he's French, but he's Ferron because he's Australian.
Right.
But you know what? I like it. Maybe this weekend he could be Gisson Ferron.
We did have a conversation about pronouncing every single driver with a French accent.
It's tough. Everything has a Adem LZ.
Adem El Z, yeah.
LZ?
What is it? I gotta remember what
Z or Z? We don't know.
No, it's definitely Z. It's
They're too busy judging. Why would we?
I gotta remember what it is in French.
Yeah, we're going to ask the judges, but we'll get back to that very important question very soon.
We'll be back
as
with
the
that.
judges have a quick look at it. Just to see, it looked to me like Jason Ferrin had issues coming off the start line, but we'll go down to Cerise and see if that is what happened. Cerise, Jason Ferrin having a couple of issues on the start line there.
We're going? All right, we're going to wait for these guys to talk to the judges here for just a second. All right, now, hey, how are you?
Very good.
I can't put the microphone inside the car. We're having some technical difficulties, but how did that run feel? You looked absolutely dialed.
Thank you very much. We're working a lot on the car today, so we have a lot of things to do to adjust the car. It's the first time we run this car this year. So, merci Montreal!
Are you fun?
Oh my God, it's amazing. The organization is perfect, so it's very like the summum of the drift. Pleasure, fun. Thanks a lot!
All the good things. Let's go, guys. Thank you so much, Montreal! All right, now we have another import here. How are you doing? Were you not telling me sorting out some issues?
Yeah, I've been having major issues, hence driving Jimmy's car in qualifying. Shout out, Jimmy. And boys, Elliot has been on his back getting covered in power steering fluid because this thing has just been playing up. Like, we've had fittings, we can't find different fittings, it's just not seating and getting air in the system and just playing up. It's still playing up, but we're making it work. But stoked to have this car out here. It's so crazy to have it here all the way from Australia. So shout out the Keeper Eat boys and shout out my wife in the tent selling barrel wags. Make sure you get your barrel wags teeth. Yee-yee.
Keep it right, baby. You've been bringing this thing all over. We're stoked that you're here. Just figure it out, get out there, and have a good time, okay?
That's it.
All right, guys, let's go back to you at the booth.
Thanks, Cerise. So, yeah, some problems still with the barrel wags. And you guys can go down to the Keeper Eat booth here in the flesh. Keep the dream alive. Keep the U.S. tour alive for Keeper Eat. They're all over the States. Check out where they are next. But will the next place be the top four, or will it be end of the road? Let's see who gets the call, and it's going to be Marc-Andre Rodrigue. Marc-Andre Rodrigue gets the win, and those stall-ups from Jason Ferrin, I mean, he got the car going again, but it looks like it still has, as he said, air in the system or something weird happening with the car, and it just couldn't get going enough. So something weird, like it wasn't coming on loose. So I think we're going to see Jason Ferrin, whatever's left of this car, though, absolutely send it on the way out of here, because that's how Jason Ferrin does, right? I saw him go through 4 gears there before he started this Burnett, so it's going to be a smoky one. Or has he got issues again? I think this is the tail of the tape. That car is just not 100%. Jason Ferrin never leaves a venue where anyone can see anything. So I'm guaranteeing you that was just bad luck. Kind of judges seen that run in not be quite perfect, and then Jason having issues with the car. But he'll be, having it's an Australian. He'll have a beer. He'll watch the rest of it. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
Move on to the next battle. Here's an interesting one.
This will be a good one.
This will be a good one. Smooth style of Trevor Jameson going up against the wild style of Sean Booth. Two very different ways of approaching S14, S15 ownership here, because Booth, all about that chase run. Jameson, I think, having the better lead runs, so this is going to be really interesting. Although Booth will know he can lean on Jameson here, and he can go close. Sean Booth giving a bit of a stagger look, coming off early. This clever from Sean Booth, staying with the lead car, not letting him get away, as Trevor Jameson hits third gear and fires up along the wall. Booth now starts to reel him in and get up on the door. Jameson washes wide, but it's allowed Booth into the battle. And here we go, as they come into the center section. Booth getting real close in the chase. As they transition back now, one last big dive from Sean Booth as he tries to cut the distance between both drivers. Jameson on an amazing lead run here, and Booth pushing him towards the wall. That is what it's all about.
That is what we signed up for.
That is why we came here this weekend, to see lead and chase like that. Excellent. Yeah. Jameson's lead run, spot on. Booth's chase run, spot on. Jacob, that's just sit back and enjoy stuff right there.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. Trevor Booth, I mean, just doing, or sorry, Jameson, Sean Booth, one person. That would be their.
That would be the perfect. All the invention
perfect.
of Sean Booth's chase and all the beauty of Trevor Jameson's lead. You got Trevor Booth.
Trevor Booth,
the ultimate fighter, the ultimate drifter,
the ultimate warrior.
So really good stuff. I really enjoyed how, well, that's the thing. Booth knows that that lead run is going to allow him in the game. Good chase run. But even that, the judges will still reward that lead run. So it's right in the balance here. And I think Trevor Jameson is going to have to step up now, and he cannot get left for dead. He's got to get in the door of Sean Booth's breezy S15. If he doesn't, Sean Booth's going to run away with this. So Trevor Jameson is going to throw caution to the wind, you know, forget a little bit about that smooth style, and now start being aggressive.
Let's see here what Sean Booth's got out front. Trevor Jameson getting gapped a little bit. Sean Booth, a big initiation, nice and slow. Now Trevor having to reel things in when Sean Booth goes nice and wide, able to get the front end into that inside clip. Trevor Jameson still trying to find the address of Sean Booth. As they come into this last zone, this is where we expect them to stack up, and that's what's going on. Trevor Booth, a little love tap as they come around wide. Both drivers getting real close to the wall there.
I'm going to say, I think he missed a gear. I think he missed a gear on the run-up. Just, I got that feeling today where I'm going to predict things that may or may not be true, and that's pretty much my.
It's almost like that's what we do.
It's almost like that's our job.
Almost.
It looked to me something weird happened there. He came off the line and the car stalled up, and as it stalled up, then it didn't have drive for a second and then went. Now you got to say potential was there because Sean Booth. Like Trevor was able to catch him, so he could have had a better opportunity. But as the cars come down, we're going to get a word with both drivers, and we'll know what happened. And which is the great thing about Cerise being on the track is that she can ask the drivers what happened. So all of our skepticism, all of our questions will be answered. Give it up for Sean Booth.
Where you going?
Cerise, how's he feeling?
Not the new digs. Ooh. All right, guys, thank you for getting out of your cars. I do appreciate that. You're an animal, dude. What the hell? I mean, this is just a great car. You feel confident in it, but now you have more power. I told you got more style. It's definitely doing you some favors, or what?
It is. I'm having a great time out here. That was the first little tap from Trevor, so I had to come take a look.
You had to get that out of the way, okay, because it's not going to be the last. Trevor, you had him in the first lap. He kind of ran away from you a little bit in the initiation, but then you got on him at the end, clearly. How's the car feeling? How was that last run?
The car's good. I misshifted in a second, so he got away from me, so I cut the line all the way. I was just trying to get up there, and I was like, well, if I could at least get to him right here, at least we could do something cool. So.
You guys are both really well-suited drivers, so that was great to watch. We're going to have to see what the judges have to say. Who's got the money on who on what?
I guess it's on me.
And you?
Probably on you. I mean, I like to say me, but, you know.
Listen, humility goes a long way, too.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, let's see what the judges have to say. Let's leave it to them, all right, guys? Everybody give it up for these two drivers, please!
Yeah, so let's see which way the judges go, because you can have all the opinions in the world, but there's only 3 opinions that matter, and that is our DMCC judges up here, and they're having a good look at this. So let's see which way it's going to go, who's going to get the win, who's going to go to the top 4. It's Sean Booth. Sean Booth gets the win and goes through to the top 4. Misshift from Trevor Jameson. And you know what? We've had gearing issues and start line issues. And this is just, you got to get that silky smooth change, you know? And then you go up to some of the pro cars, they got sequentials, so they don't got the problem. They just go bam, 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 no issues. So when you got that old manual H pattern there, it does a bit of a disadvantage. So it is going to be Sean Booth moving through to the top 4.
If you wouldn't mind predicting that I'm going to win the lottery, that would be absolutely phenomenal, Dave. You've predicted far too many things already today. So we are going to have a pretty fantastic battle coming up here next. This one's, I wouldn't call it like a grudge match or anything, but this one will be interesting. Jimmy Oakes and then Duarte Viana.
And here's 2 guys that are struggling to get to the top 4 in the podium a few times at the LZ World Tour. So now they got to go head to head. Jimmy probably running a little less horsepower, but more, used to the car. Duarte hasn't been in this car for some time, so he's got to get used to it pretty quickly. Jimmy's chase game is on point after all of his Japanese tours. So Duarte is so busy, doesn't get to drive all the time. So this is going to be interesting to see which way it goes. Jimmy Oakes leading in Duarte Viana, Front Street versus Drift HQ.
Let's see, Jimmy, big initiation, could have been a little bit closer to the wall, and Duarte already on the back fender, trying to get the power down now. Well, Jimmy pulling a bit of a gap, punching well above his weight here. Duarte cutting a bit of a line as we come into these last set of zones. Let's just see if Duarte is able to stack things up a little bit more, but Jimmy keeping a good distance. I mean, very different in tire smoke, just purely due to horsepower, but it shows how you can play the grip.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there's pluses and minuses to Jimmy's run. Super fluid, very, very fast through the course. Does he get deep in all the zones? not all of them, especially clip 1 in the finer zone. But Duarte had time to make a move in the center section and just really didn't make a move. So no major mistakes from Jimmy. A couple of things could be better.
Yep.
No major mistakes from Duarte. A couple of things could be better. But I think it's going to come down to the second run. Today I'm feeling like I could kind of see the future a little bit.
It's really kind of creeping me out.
So I think what's going to, just from watching practice, I'm not very clever. I'm just watching a lot of practice. I'm going to predict that Jimmy Oakes has been waiting for a chase run all day. Hates qualifying, hates lead runs. But he's done so much good chasing in practice, he is going to be, if he can get the start right off the line here, he is going to be on Duarte's door the entire course. This could be very close. But he's got to get that run-in right. If the run-in's right, the rest is right. So this is where he's got to get it done right. He can't let Duarte get away because he's got more horsepower. Duarte's got to do a perfect lead run. Perfect. Because that's the only way he's going to beat Jimmy, is that he does a better lead run. So let's see what happens as they come off the line. It's a spot in the top 4 up for grabs, and the last chance, top 16, and Jimmy's getting left for dead a little bit here.
Duarte getting a really good launch off the line. Jimmy initiating way past when he's supposed to be. Duarte going real wide though, almost missing part of that inside zone, but able to get things wrangled back in. Jimmy now playing the chase game real well, darting in to come to this last section. Let's see if Jimmy can keep the proximity. Will he punch Mona Lisa in the face for the win? He doesn't. He keeps it clean. Keeps it clean.
As I said, could have been like the whole end of the run perfect from Jimmy Oakes. That would be enough in proximity. But the run-in, something happened on the run-in, like a misshift again or a gear change. Jimmy goes to the inside of the track and doesn't initiate until very late. That's very strange. Something like the car not being a gear or something being a problem. Something went wrong with the car. I'm sure when we're on track with Cerise, she'll be able to talk to Jimmy. But to me, it looked like something. It's kind of a front street thing right now. Right? Every time they go up that main straight, something breaks or something happens. Duarte did exactly what he needed to do. Be smooth, be consistent in the lead position. And Cerise is going to have a word with both of our drivers. It's great. You get a little bit more info. You get to hear what they're all about. Cerise, these guys put it all on the line, but some issues on track 2.
Yeah, I completely agree. Duarte, that was a really, really smooth session right there. How are you feeling?
I'm good. I've been battling the issues all day with this car, and I think I'm battling issues, but it went as best as it could. We did everything we can to stay in the game.
Yeah, I was ready to say you guys had similar proximity. You did get on his door right there at the end, though. So how are you feeling about this run? He had a really smooth session. And how about you?
It was good. I couldn't get it in the 3rd gear on the entry, so if you saw, I got a big gap on the 1st corner. I was like trying to bang it in the 3rd. We got it in, and then I caught up by the end, so.
Did you and Tom switch gearboxes before you went out? What's that about?
Yeah, I inherited the front street problem, so, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, hopefully you get that fixed.
Yeah.
Get back, see what you just have to say. But honestly, all around, really good competition. Good job.
Yeah, I love driving with D. That's my man.
These are boys right here. All right, guys, everybody give it up for Duarte and Jimmy Oakes, please. All right, judges, let's see. Who won this one?
Thank you, Cerise. As we go to our judges' decision and see who is going to take the win, will it be Jimmy Oakes or Duarte? And Duarte takes the win. Jimmy Oakes not able to move on, but we are going to see Duarte start to face off against Sean Booth and see who is going to be moving on into the final battles. But we are going to be taking a quick break here for everybody. This is your 7th inning stretch. You can stand up, stretch it out, grab a drink real quick. If you're watching at home, time for that snack run. But please don't go anywhere, because when we get back, we have some incredible battles, including Duarte versus Sean Booth and Colette versus Marc-Andre Rodrigue. Stay right there. We'll be right back here at the LZ World Tour Montreal stop at beautiful ICAR in Mirabel.
Tires, tires, tires! All the drivers at the LZ World Tour are competing on the Accelera 651 Sport, a 200 treadwear ultra high performance tire that's perfect for great battles and good times on and off the track. Not a drifter? Tire Streets also has tires for your grocery getters, trailblazers, and track stars. Tire Streets for the streets and everything in between.
Play me some of that Able Pimpin', man.
Let's go!
Top of the line ECU, internal wideband, throttle control, all the motorsport functions. You can't beat it.
So the Link PDM saved the day.
So the next step was to get this thing on a proper ECU, especially with all the technology that Link has to offer.
Which should give us full communication and full control over all the sensors.
All those features I have thanks to the Link ECU.
That's all he needs. Simple, cheap, easy, works, good ECU, weatherproof.
It's got enough IOs too, like we're doing tons of stuff. Oil, fuel pressure, boost control.
I like it.
Definitely big shout out to Link ECU.
Want your own set of Accelera 651 Sports? Enter to win a set of 4 at TireStreets.com. Last day for entry is May 26, 2024. Only valid in the lower 48 states. Don't want to wait? Use code LZ for 15% off your order today. Only at TireStreets.com.
What's up, guys? Dave from Drift Games here, and I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who's been supporting us over the last couple of weeks. Just over a month ago, we had the worst day of our lives where our entire HQ and our entire car collection burned to the ground on one fateful night. We thought it was the end of the road, and we would never see events like this again. But thanks to the amazing drift and car community across the world, you guys picked up some merch from our shop and allowed us to keep people in jobs and get back on projects again. We'll never be able to repay you, and this isn't an ad. I just wanted to take this time to say thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, you've kept us going, and we appreciate it for the rest of our lives. Welcome back, folks. You are right in the action because we are here in the last chance top 16 heading into our top 4. Remember, 4 drivers remain. Only 3 will make it back into the main event tomorrow. If you're wondering, where's LZ? Where's Chelsea Denofa? Where's Tommy Lemaire? They all qualified top 13, so they're straight into the main event tomorrow. Now we have 4 drivers remaining, and our first semi-final will see Colette go up against Rodrigue, Marc-Andre Rodrigue, and it's Corvette on Corvette action here in the top 4.
It's a lot of America for being in Canada.
A lot of bald eagles. And 2 very different ways of doing liveries, which I both love.
Yeah.
So Colette in the lead position, higher qualifier, and Marc-Andre Rodrigue in the chase. Very evenly matched cars. This is going to be driver v driver here.
Let's see here, Colette out front. Marc-Andre following in behind. Let's see Colette smoking the tires all the way through the start. Marc-Andre getting gapped just a little bit, but able to dial it back in while Colette takes a wider line and starts to narrow it back in through this section. Do like the way she was able to make that happen. Marc-Andre having to make a big correction there behind Colette. Interesting transition through that section as they line both cars up to the wall. Marc-Andre throwing a bit more angle at it, so he's not running into the side of Colette. But that was a cool run.
Good run. I could see one major mistake in the lead and one in the chase, and it comes at two different parts of the track. The run-in is sweet from both. As they come through here, you can see Colette goes for a wide line, but I think she goes a little too wide here. Right. Watch the inner zone. She misses it completely on the inside, but this is a little bit mistake from Mark. He kind of goes too early on the transition, gets choked up there, and he loses ground on the second corner. So mistake from the lead, mistake from the chase, everything else pretty sweet from both drivers. Good run all around. So still all in the balance for the second half of this battle. Hope everybody here in attendance is having a good time. Montreal, you still with me? Yes, they are.
Yeah, there they are.
I gotta say, Montreal came to party, and we are ready to see the second half of this semi-final. I'm looking forward to it. Colette now in the chase position. I think it's got to be do or die. Go for the gap. Make sure that you get up on the door. And Colette is not messing around here.
Let's see Marc-Andre going for a very early initiation. Colette getting out of the way, but able to keep him within the rope as Marc-Andre going out nice and wide. Very similar line that Colette had. We'll call it the Corvette line for now. And Colette scrubbing out a little bit of that angle to keep the proximity as we come to our last set of zones. Marc-Andre pushing real into the wall. And Colette doing a good job. That's a tough one.
I gotta say, the initiation of Colette was cautious to make sure she was up in close proximity, but she made it work. She got door on door for the rest of the run. In the second half of the course, she was far closer than the other way around. So the judges are gonna have to have a look at this initiation. Mark goes up to the wall. Colette takes it late, but still goes drifting, and right here this is where she gets the proximity for the rest of the run. So proximity being rewarded on this track. Colette showing more of it, but they'll have to decipher was the initiation, to their standard. So there's gonna be a tough conversation on this one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty equally matched. It's interesting to see that both Corvettes used a very similar line after initiation. Two very different initiations, two different ways of going at it, but they both ended up on that same wide line.
Yeah, but it's cool to see, right? I mean, it's at the end of the day, I like the fact that both cars seemed very, very evenly matched. We're going to go down to Cerise. Cerise, both drivers looking really good out there. Judges having a discussion. You might as well let us know what they're thinking before they get the results.
All right, everybody, as you would expect, that was a really close session. We got two Corvettes on track. I will start with ladies first. Miss Colette, that was great. I mean, honestly, I don't know what they're going to have to say on that one, because from where my house stands, those are two really even runs. You still feel good?
It felt good. I think I pushed a little too hard, but I mean, this is a great American muscle classic battle, and I'm just feeling great out there. But he's a great driver too, so to know either way.
No, it is. Honestly, that was a really close call. This thing's chopping it up back here. You sound great. We'll go see how he is, and then we'll see what the judges have to say. All right, guys, let's go check in with Mr. Canada himself. All right. Oh, I just saw a little hoosah. Those are two very good runs. You put on a great show for the fans. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you very much, Colette. Well, it was amazing. I don't know how to say, but j'apprécie tellement tout ce qui a été fait ici. Merci, Montréal. Merci pour la visibilité du Québec. Ce qu'on est capable de faire au Québec.
I don't know what he said, but that's awesome. All right, judges, thank you so much. Both did a really good job. Everyone give it up one time for these two Corvettes. Let's go. Yes, thank you. All right, judges.
Yeah, so, I mean, the French crowd seem to enjoy. They want to see some French-Canadian drivers move through, too. But the result is going to drop in. It is for a space in the final, guaranteed into the main event. Who's getting the call? It's Colette Davis. Colette Davis gets the call, goes to the final, and we will see Marc-Andre Rodrigue in the third and fourth place. And that really is sudden death, because it's win or lose. You're still in the competition or not. Colette will not only go to the final for bragging rights, but she'll also be guaranteed into the main event tomorrow. That's the job done for Colette Davis, and she did it great. The proximity counted for a lot. Even though a little wobble on the initiation, she made the rest of the track look much better, and she also got all the proximity. So proximity is what the judges are looking for. Cool and all as it is to be putting in good runs, it's even more cool when you're on the door, and that's what Colette did. And big smoky burnout from Marc-Andre Rodrigue. Getting excited out there. Got to be careful. He says use this car in the third and fourth place.
Did we tell him that you can have the rally again? I don't think he knows.
Maybe it's a good thing he doesn't know, because it's really entertaining right now.
Yeah, let's not tell him.
But the fans love it. And he'll be back out for one more battle. And of course, he's on the the Accelera 651s from Tire Streets, which means you can do some smoky burnouts and still go drifting. The tires aren't gone. They're not going to fall off. You get tons of laps. And that's what we like, because we actually noticed that how much practice everybody was getting compared to any other competition I've watched. Because everybody's on the accelerators means that they get 6-8 laps instead of 2 laps, meaning they get better at the course, and all their opponents are equally matched, which means that they get better chase practice.
Yeah.
You know, I gotta say, this whole idea of Tire Streets coming on board, sponsoring all the drivers here, has made for some incredible battles.
I heard this yesterday, that they actually have a 30-day trial on tires, and if you don't like them, if you don't like the tires, you're able to return them. There's some restrictions.
It's crazy.
Yeah, hey, like what other tire company gives you a 30-day trial?
Anyway, we got to go back to burning the tires because we're back to the other semifinal between two guys that, you know, never see each other in the real world. Of course, they're every single day in eye contact. It is Duarte Viano from Drift HQ, and it is Sean Booth from LZMFG, who are, you know, in the same building every day building these cars.
There's a little,
this is going to be a grudge match.
There's a little bit of rivalry.
There is going to be some smack talk after this one, whatever way it goes. And we got Duarte in the lead, we got Sean Booth in the chase. Sean Booth's going to want to put a mark on that beautiful M3, I guarantee it.
Let's see how Duarte decides to enter. He's had great initiations, and once again we see another one with Sean Booth right there like a nightmare, hunting Duarte down to that section. As we start to transition through, Sean Booth again diving in to get the horsepower back down. He does. Transitions once again. Well, Duarte doing a phenomenal job out in the lead in that beautiful Emerald BMW as they push up towards the wall.
Oh, that's good. Good lead, good chase, excellent driving. Montreal, make some noise. We need another finalist. Someone's got to take on Colette in the final, and right now, I could not split that one. Excellent lead, excellent chase. What we expect from a semi-final battle.
Yeah, that's, I mean, this could be a battle that you would see tomorrow. Here's the crazy thing. These are the drivers who didn't do as well in qualifying. Imagine what tomorrow is going to be like.
So this is the you know, everybody qualified from 14th to 29th. When you throw them back with all this battle practice into tomorrow, whoop, it's going to be wild. We got another set of runs to go, though, and it's going to be Sean Booth now in the lead. Duarte has to get close. Sean Booth's done his job. He's been on the door. He's had the proximity. And Sean Booth in that lead position has got to do as good a lead run as Duarte did, because Sean has got to be precise here. Duarte, he's got to go close. We hold our breath as they go through the gears into that first corner.
Let's see what Duarte is going to do. Sean Booth with another great initiation there. Duarte knows the assignment. And let's see if he can get an A by getting in as close as possible to Sean Booth through all these transitions. Duarte's got to get more aggressive. He's got every part to fix that car. He's got to be on the door. And let's see as he charges through into our last zone. Wow.
That's good driving. That's what we came to see. You know what? Clean runs, you know, no mistakes. It's just going to come down to aggression, I think. That's what it's going to come down to. And Duarte doing a good job. Look at that lead run from Booth. Perfect. Watch this. Does he get that inner zone? Just about gets that inner zone. So, you know, no major mistakes on line from either driver. And now it's the judges going to have to decipher who was more aggressive, who was closer. Yeah. And you would have thought, and this was my initial thought, that Duarte would have more pace. But it looked to me like Sean had that car hooked up better than it's ever been. So he was a lot faster than I thought he would be, which made life difficult for Duarte. But as they get out of their cars one more time, Montreal, give it for Duarte and Sean Booth.
Let's go, guys, let's go! Sean, I feel like I'm gonna see you on the next Florida Man headline because you're a criminal out there, man. That's crazy. Boss Man wants to talk to him, just one sec. How are you feeling about him?
This is my boy. I'm so happy for him. Look at his car. It's a work of art. He's an animal. He's the best driver in the compound.
See, here's the thing. On this one, Duarte can't lose. So we're out here. We're repping Florida. We're repping Drift HQ. You guys had some really good runs. I'm so stoked to see you guys out here over and over.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone as well.
Thank you to Canada. This is sick. Love you guys.
If you guys have Drift HQ, give it up. That was the right answer. All right, judges, let's see what you have to say.
Well, it's for a spot in the final to face Colette Davis. It's going to be compound versus compound. Either way it goes. Let's see who gets the win. And the winner is Sean Booth. Sean Booth gets the win, goes through to the main event on Sunday and goes to the final to face Colette Davis, who's waiting in the burnout box, ready to go. And Duarte has still one more chance. He will go up against Marc-Andre Rodrigue, and that will be our third and fourth, which means the winner goes through, the loser has to watch it tomorrow. That's the big battle. Yeah. And then we got the final, that's kind of for bragging rights, but I mean, between Sean Booth and Colette, I think the bragging rights are going to be pretty interesting. So give it up one more time, Montreal, for Sean Booth and Duarte Viana. We're going to see both of these guys back out for the finals. Jacob, it's been getting good. It's been getting wild. It's been getting crispy out here. I mean crispy literally too, because a lot of people some sunburn going around. I can see it. I see it. People were getting a little red as things went on. But look, perfect weather, the conditions, the venue, everything. You can see all the planes in the background. The vibes are good. That's what we said. The vibes are good. And we want to give it out to you, all of you guys here in Montreal, for coming up to support this event. We do this all over the world, and this is one of my favorite weekends we've ever had, because all of you guys have been insane. The support from all of you for this event today and tomorrow allows us to keep making them crazier, keep making them bigger. And again, we may be from different parts of the world, but we're all part of the one drift community, and that community is the same anywhere you go in the world. And to me, that's what it's all about. Coming together, having a good time, bringing everybody out, and we brought as many of the crazy cats we can here this weekend and tomorrow for sure. So we want to appreciate you all, Montreal. Thank you so much. We are having a blast. Beautiful, beautiful region, but also some wild fans, which is what I'm more excited about. Everybody cheering, everybody clapping. That's what it's all about. Oh, no, I was all muted, but then I wasn't unmuted. There we go. So we are going to take a small commercial break before we get some fuel and tires and get ready for our 3rd and 4th place playoff and our final. Montreal, and you guys at home, don't go anywhere. We're back with the finals after this.
Tires, tires, tires! All the drivers at the LZ World Tour are competing on the Accelera 651 Sport, a 200 treadwear ultra-high performance tire that's perfect for great battles and good times on and off the track. Not a drifter? Tire Streets also has tires for your grocery getters, trailblazers, and track stars. Tire Streets for the streets and everything in between.
Blame is on that able pimpin', man.
Let's go!
Top of the line ECU, internal wideband, throttle control, all the motorsport functions. You can't beat it.
So the Link PDM saved the day.
So the next step was to get this thing on a proper ECU, especially with all the technology that Link has to offer.
Which should give us full communication and full control over all the sensors.
All those features I have thanks to the Link ECU.
That's all he needs. Simple, cheap, easy, works, good ECU, weatherproof.
It's got enough IOs too, like we're doing tons of stuff. Oil, fuel pressure, boost control.
I like it.
Definitely big shout out to Link ECU.
Want your own set of Accelera 651 Sports? Enter to win a set of 4 at TireStreets.com. Last day for entry is May 26, 2024. Only valid in the lower 48 states. Don't want to wait? Use code LZ for 15% off your order today. Only at TireStreets.com.
What's up, guys? Dave from Drift Games here, and I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who's been supporting us over the last couple of weeks. Just over a month ago, we had the worst day of our lives where our entire HQ and our entire car collection burned to the ground on one fateful night. We thought it was the end of the road. We would never see events like this again. But thanks to the amazing drift and car community across the world, you guys picked up some merch from our shop and allowed us to keep people in jobs and get back on projects again. We'll never be able to repay you, and this isn't an ad. I just wanted to take this time to say thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, you've kept us going, and we appreciate it for the rest of our lives. All right, guys, welcome back. We are at the final stage of the Last Chance Top 16. 4 drivers, 3 podium positions, and the top 3 go through to tomorrow's main event.
Yep.
Now, you might have been wondering, if you're joining us late, where's Adam LZ? Where's Chelsea Denofa? Where's all those guys? Well, they all qualified in the top 13, which means they go straight to the main event tomorrow. We are now in the battles, which was everybody from 14th in qualifying to 29th, and they battle it out in the top 16. I've done the math, it all checks out. And the top 3 go back into those remaining 3 slots tomorrow to make up a top 16. So you got to battle your way back into the competition, which I think is a really fun way of doing it, right?
Yeah, I agree.
But also, I mean, I came up with it, so it's self-proclaimed. But what I do like about it is that you get so much battle practice if you're in the lower half that when you go into the main event, you've got more experience, and I'm not talking about practice, more real battles.
Yeah.
So when you look at the 4 drivers remaining here, especially when you look at Sean Booth and Colette Davis, who go to the final, they have won battles, the confidence is high, they're starting to get used to the setup, they're getting more used to the conditions, and remember, they're the only drivers that have driven when the sun is going down and the track conditions have changed. So they will have that experience over everybody else tomorrow, which allows those drivers to have as good a chance as anybody to win the event this weekend. So it gives that little bit of a strategic play, which I think is a fun thing to do because, you know, not every driver is the best qualifying driver, per se, but sometimes the chase driving can win you an event. So this gives everybody the chance to prove themselves. So I'm really happy to see these 4 drivers. And I would agree, the 4 best drivers on track today. I think right call is made. And it looks like we've got Sean Booth and Colette ready for the final, having a discussion between themselves. Sean Booth is there, you can see on your screen, saying, this is an ORB.
Yes.
Yeah, it is much smaller than your engine, but it makes lots of bang bang noises. And Colette's like, huh, that's funny. How can you make so much power out of a small engine? But
so cute.
It's so small
angry.
and cute. Look at all the room for activities you've got in here. So we go to see, there's Duarte. Just getting some fuel and tires in the Drift HQ M3 as he will go up against the other Corvette, which is of Marc-Andre Rodrigue. He's pumped. He's pumped and ready. And this is not going to be an easy battle for him or Duarte because both of those guys have been putting in some steaming runs. And I'm going to be honest when I say I couldn't pick this one.
No, neither could I. I will say if you are in the house right now and you open up your ticket and it just says Saturday, little recommendation. Maybe grab the Sunday. If you like what you're seeing right now and you just have a Saturday pass, I think it's time to grab a Sunday pass.
Well, let's do a little survey before we kick it off. Hands up everybody here, hands up if you're coming back tomorrow for the main event. Hands up if you're coming back tomorrow for the main event. Where's the hands up? Everybody get your hands up. A lot of you guys sticking around.
Yeah.
Hands up if you're not coming back tomorrow for the main event. What's wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people? What could you, cutting the grass tomorrow? Doing some shopping? You're not here hanging out with us? I think you got to come back.
I know.
I mean, how could you not after driving? This is the warm-up act.
Exactly.
This is the warm-up here.
We got fantasy battles tomorrow, too. Drivers calling each
burnout
other
competition, Griot's car show on track. We got the top 16 main event. Everything's kicking off tomorrow. If you guys have enjoyed it, if you guys are enjoying it online, thanks for joining us from wherever you are in the world. We're trying to give you guys as good an experience as possible. We're not the biggest series in the world. We're not the craziest, but we're trying to do some fun stuff, give you guys something fun to watch. So we hope you are enjoying it, sitting there watching. Should be here. It's a long way for a lot of people, though. If you live in, like, South Africa, it's a very long way to come here. But we hope you guys are still living it through your screens. And we go to our this is the 3rd and 4th place playoff. So whoever wins goes to the main event. Whoever loses is out of competition for the whole weekend. This is probably the most important battle today. Even though we have a final, that's for bragging rights. Both are true. This is going to be, anyone who makes a mistake is out of competition. We got Rodrigue against Duarte Viana. This is going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to seeing what way Duarte approaches that first corner, because he's going to have to trust the lead driver here and go for it. They've got a lot more experience than they had earlier in the day. And Duarte's right with him on the run up here.
Oh, so close there at that swing. Marc-Andre's been doing that all day, but Duarte anticipated it. So close. Is that Duarte giving him a little body check as they come through that first outside zone, transitioning out? Now Duarte's got to play a bit of catch up on Marc-Andre. able to get the car, get that Corvette hooked up, and push it really wide out here towards the wall. I want to see that replay. I think there was a little nudge, poke, poke.
I'm going to quote a very famous film here. So in a famous film, which featured Paul Walker, Vin Diesel.
Might have seen it.
You might have seen it. It was kind of a small indie film back in the day. And there was a moment, and Duarte is just going to... Rodriguez looks back at Duarte. Duarte goes in, watch, too close here. And then we get an instant Vin Diesel quote. Too soon, Junior. And then Rodriguez gone for the rest of the run. So he threw too much at that corner, got himself boxed in, and then had to play catch-up. Duarte then, for the rest of the run, trying to get up in his business, but he's cutting track to do it as Rodriguez says, I'm gone, done. So, like, that's the problem of being too aggressive at one point. You kind of box yourself in. Duarte had to hit the brakes or he was going to hit the Corvette. Then the accordion effect. The Corvette's gone. He's got to jump through it. So can we see a little bit of a change of tactic now from Rodriguez? Because he's in the chase. You know, can he get that proximity for the second half of the course? Because that's what's going to win this battle, is the second half of the course. Off the line they go. Rodriguez in the chase. Duarte in the lead. Duarte thrown in on the wall. Wow, big wall run from Duarte trying to impress the judges. As Rodriguez now gets all up in his business as they come on the outer line. Duarte tucking the nose in. Rodriguez makes a big mistake in the chase and he's broken down. The car has failed and Duarte Viana may just take this one as Rodriguez breaks the car as he comes through the run. And Duarte Viana might just have done it and got himself into the main event. And he won't have known too much about it, to be honest.
Wow, that's
drifting. That is drifting.
Yep.
Just when you think it's going to go one way, that's why I love this sport.
I know.
I hate to see anybody break down. It's an awful way to lose. But I love the sport for its unpredictability and also that you could just at any moment have it switch 180. And that is what happened, as it looks like there was definitely some mechanical failure with Rodriguez's car because Duarte is not going to know what happened there, but I'm sure Cerise on track will be able to let us know what happened to the Canadian driver halfway through that course, because as far as I was concerned, he was in the pocket and ready to go. Duarte is all smiles. Rodriguez maybe not. He was all smiles all day, probably still all smiles. Cerise, what happened out there?
All right, everybody, this is a great part of the competition. We're really getting down to the wire here. Duarte, I'm happy to talk to you once again.
Me too.
All right, and how you feeling?
Seeing you over and good. Yeah. I mean, that thing is fast as hell. He gave everything. Like, someone told me don't give him 1 inch because he is a beast, and that's how I had to be. So as aggressive as I could be on entry, and I did what I could do.
You are both
I've been behind, so.
You're both great competitors. We have Florida, we have Canada. This is what we love about the LZ World Tour. Come on over here, my friend. I met you today, and all of a sudden we're getting all of this FaceTime. So here we are. How are you feeling about the competition overall?
Wow, it was really amazing, good organization, and it's the game. My supercharger strap broke, so I don't have a power, so I downshift in third, and I broke my transmission, so now my my shifter is like broke. I have to try to start up in the third gear now. So it's the game, and thank you, man.
And all of that for your entertainment. What an absolutely phenomenal show of competition, showmanship, sportsmanship, all of the above. Gentlemen in the judging booth, what do you have to say about these two wonderful drivers?
Well, we've got two things to say, and it's going to be who is going through to the main event. And it is going to be taking third place today.
Hope so.
Duarte Viana. Duarte gets third place and goes through to the main event tomorrow. And all of us are left wondering, how does Marc-Andre Rodriguez fit in that Corvette? Because he's a very tall man. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That's going to be the mystery.
No one will ever know.
I won't sleep tonight.
No.
I'll be like, but he's so tall.
Yeah.
And the Corvette is so small. I don't know.
I believe he sits like in the back seat, even though they don't have one. They just installed
the
one.
rear parcel shelf.
Yes. Yes.
So we're going to see some burnouts from Duarte letting it rip here as he leaves the circuit. He's going to be happy with that one. He's had some bad luck in competition over the last little while. Now he's in the main event. He can be all smiles. Get that car ready for competition tomorrow. And I got to say, I'm going to be watching out for Marc-Andre because I want to see what this guy's about in the DMCC Championship, because that's a good driver right there.
Would this not put Duarte against Adam LZ in that first battle?
Well, let's not speculate, because I don't know.
Okay, just checking.
But I think it probably is.
Yeah, I think so.
So imagine Duarte and Adam LZ as your first battle of the top 16 tomorrow. I mean, that would just be ridiculous,
That
right?
would be crazy.
That would never happen.
Nobody would ever miss that.
No one would ever go
Especially
cutting
if
the
they were
grass.
already here.
Imagine you were here and you didn't have a ticket for tomorrow and you knew that was the first battle tomorrow. I mean, I would be ashamed
That
of
would be
myself.
so weird.
There is nothing. We're going to go pet the dog and go for a game of golf. Come on. Here we go. We're into the final, last runs of the day. Colette Davis, Sean Booth. On the line is a skateboard deck. It's probably worth about $20, but the bragging rights are absolutely priceless because you're going to see two people pass each other in the compound every day mentioning what happens for the next 4 minutes. We're going to have Colette Davis in the lead position. She's been unstoppable. Sean Booth in the chase. He's been unstoppable. But only one can win and only one can walk away with the title of I Beat You. Because that's really all it is.
That's it.
That's really all on the line here. Montreal, are you ready for the last chance final? Here we go.
Colette Davis out front, Sean Booth following in behind Colette with a great initiation, and Sean Booth starting to hunt her down early. And Colette gets the power back down, and Sean Booth getting everything out of that RB that is humanly possible while keeping the pistons inside. Well, Colette able to keep the car at angle through all the outside zones, and this is it. Sean Booth reeling her into the last set of outside zones. Wow.
It's good. It's good.
Love it.
I'm enjoying it now. I hope you guys are enjoying it here in attendance and at home. And as sun setting, beautiful here at the ICAR circuit. And I'll tell you one thing, Sean Booth had to work to get back into this one. Colette had a lot of pace through that first corner. But once he got there, he started to make it work. So I think for the first half of the run, Sean playing a little bit of catch up. He gets a little bit of cut of the track and gets in there. Colette is so fast through this course. And it's not down to grip. It's down to just the way she's driving.
Yeah.
So fluidly and not lifting. A little bit, could have been a little closer on the wall at the end there, but we're not, we're really splitting hairs here. So what I want to see now is, can Colette Davis force the issue, beat Sean Booth, be the best chase driver today? Well, she's got the opportunity. Sean Booth got to put in that perfect lead run. It's the last run of the day. Montreal, this is it. For bragging rights between Colette Davis and Sean Booth. They come off the line. Colette not letting Sean Booth away here. Running through the gears. Smoking some tires. Sean Booth, big angle into that first corner. Colette now moves up on the road. A wash from Colette. She washes wide. Loses some proximity, leaving Sean Booth now to start pushing through the course as they transition back. Colette Davis fires in. This is where she's got, a little bit of a straight from Colette Davis as she tries to get into this one. It's a little bit scrappy towards the end, but what a finish from Sean Booth and Colette Davis. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, that was, I mean, another set of incredible battles. And like you said, Dave, we're just getting started. We have so much more that's going to be happening. So let's flip back to this replay and take a look and see Sean Booth. I love the initiations he's putting down. They're so confident, big angle. Colette going a little bit wider. Sean Booth taking out some angle there just to get through those zones. Well, Colette basically mirroring it at that point, but really cuts a lot of line there.
Yeah,
it almost looks like it broke up.
Yeah,
or
it's
something.
a pretty big mistake from Colette because she actually tried to cut the line, but the car just gripped up and it's kind of straightened up. Not perfectly straightened up, I know, but just lost a lot of angle. Sean Booth doing a really good job. Absolutely phenomenal driving from both of these. We're going to bring down third place Duarte as well. This has been a pretty impressive last chance top 16. Cerise, you're down with both
Florida
drivers.
is going crazy, guys. All right, we have two of Compound's best here. Look at that love. We love it. All right, y'all. So either way, it doesn't matter. You're friends at the end of this. I'm going to go ahead and get in the middle of you here. Now, that was really fun to watch. Both of your cars look really good. Sean, we know you have more power. I mean, no, you have more power from when you did last time. Okay. You're so good, yeah. So how do you guys feel right now, friends against friends?
Hey, I mean, really, the winner is also the loser, because I think the winner goes against Adam tomorrow. So I'm just stoked that it's all family. We got Duarte up here and me and Booth no matter what.
We're gonna need a solid promo shot right here. Thank you so much, Booth. Great job as always.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, y'all, we're gonna go check in with Duarte over here. Actually, no, we're doing judges first, right? I think we're doing judges first. All right, we will go ahead and get a deliberation on who won this battle.
Well, we know that Duarte
he doesn't want to go against Adam.
We know that Duarte is going against Adam, so neither are going against Adam tomorrow. So Duarte gets third place. Montreal, get up for Duarte Vienna in third position. And the winner of the last chance top 16 is Sean Booth gets the win. Sean Booth gets the win. And he's going to get his skateboard deck. Duarte gets third place, Colette Davis in second, and Sean Booth in first. All three go through to the main event tomorrow. This is going to be a wild, wild event. If these three are back in the mix, Jacob, this is going to be an amazing, amazing top 6. If you guys are in attendance and you've had a good time, Montreal, let me hear you. So there you have it. We have Duarte in third, Colette in second, and Sean Booth in first position. We hope you guys have had an amazing day. We're back here tomorrow for Fantasy Battles, the Griot's Car Show. We got some burn off competition. Burn off competition. Well, burn off some acceleras because we got the Tire Streets sponsored event tomorrow. And also, we've got another incredible set of skateboard decks.
Nice.
To give out.
The best trophy.
We got Kansai wheel trophies?
Right.
I just heard something. We stepped up.
Jeez.
We got some Kansai wheel trophies, not skateboard decks. Incredible. So I want to give a big thank you to all of our partners here at the LZ World Tour. Thanks for sticking with us. If you're at home watching online on Adam's channel, or you're here in attendance, we hope to see you guys tomorrow for more sunshine, skids, and great battling here at ICAR in Montreal. From me and from Jacob, we'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll leave you with the scenes. Thank you to everyone for watching. And don't go anywhere tomorrow because it's going to be pretty interesting.
We'll turn this around.